second term program, a briefing by the content and research team on their papers for the Q2 and Q3 department reports. And then we are going to have an opening and remarks by the minister, presentation by the department on their Q2 and Q3 quarterly reports for 2025-2026, discussions, and then closure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silly. I'm going to suggest, colleagues, that we just move the minutes to the last item on our agenda, so that we start with the feedback on the second term program, followed by the presentation by our content and research team. So we will just move the adoption of our minutes and reports to the last item. I see the hand of the Honourable Bongane.
Morning, Chair, morning, colleagues.
Morning.
I would like to pass the apology for Honourable Mkunu. She's going to join us late. She's not feeling well. She just passed by at the clicks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will note that apology. Colleagues, can I just take maybe Honourable Khadebe, while you're still on the floor, maybe you can just move for the adoption of our agenda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome also to Honourable Kanile. Please may I take a seconder to second the adoption of our agenda?
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honourable Pulwane.
Yes, morning, everyone. Chair, I second the move of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honourable Pulwane. Colleagues, I want to firstly just tell you that the second term program we have shared with you last week, just some broad ideas about what we will be doing in the second term. We will circulate that once it is ready. We will drop it on the group. We are still waiting for some guidelines from the Honourable Frolick's office, whereafter we will be able to finalize the program. I just wanted to say that initially we had planned some oversight in the first week of the second term. However, after the National Programming Committee, or the Programming Committee that was held on Thursday, that oversight period has been removed, and so we will have to see how we now juggle the program. I also wanted to make the announcement. I also wish to welcome Honourable Peterson. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Honourable Peterson. I also wanted to make the announcement that you will recall in our last meeting, we had a briefing from Dr. Tembe. It was suggested to us that we should publish all 100 CVs of the applicants that we had received for consideration for positions to serve on the Commission for Gender Equality. I had made the undertaking that I will consult and come back to honourable members on a way forward. Indeed, colleagues, I want to report that as of 1 April, as of tomorrow, all portfolio committees will be requested or will be guided by the Speaker's office in terms of a new procedure that we will have to follow, which means going forward, whenever we advertise for appointments to statutory bodies, portfolio committees will be asked to publish all CVs of applicants. So it means we will have to publish CVs before we shortlist. However, for the Commission for Gender Equality, because we had already started the process last year, we will be exempt of this new rule, which means we will be allowed to only publicize the shortlisted CVs on the parliamentary website. Therefore, honourable members, for us to be able to finalize this work by June, we are going to have to call you back during the recess, most possibly on the 10th of April, for us to do the shortlisting on Zoom. But we will communicate that closer to the time once we have finalized all the logistical arrangements. But it means that we will have to come back on Zoom on the 10th of April to shortlist for the CGE, whereafter we will have to publish these CVs on the parliamentary website of the shortlisted candidates for 30 days. We will then interview towards the end of May. We will adopt our report in the first week of June, and then send it to the National Assembly for their consideration. So I just thought I would have to give you that brief. Acting DG Ready, we believe it's your last day in the department today after serving government for 40 years.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the honorable members as well. Yes, it's a very fearful time actually. Scary.
But you look,
yeah.
you look too young. You look too young for somebody that's been in public service for 40 years. Are you sure about
that? No, I've served my dues, ma'am. I need to have a rest now.
You must have a wonderful retirement, and we will definitely miss you. And thank you for everything that you've done in the service of women, youth, and persons with disabilities.
Thank you, ma'am. I might not be able to be on the call for the entire duration. I've got lots of things I need to sign out, and it's my last day, so I get kicked out of Pasal, I get kicked out of the office, I get kicked out of the parking. So please will bear with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting DG. Can I check then if the Minister and the Deputy Minister is with us? Are we still waiting for them to join?
Morning, Chair. I've been told that they are going to join shortly. Thank you, Chair.
I wonder if the acting DG can just introduce for the very last time, acting DG, whether you just want to introduce your delegation while we wait for the Minister and Deputy Minister to join us.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. We have the department officials present. I'm just trying to see if all of them are here. We will be presenting to you the performance of the department for Q2 and Q3, and the financial statements for Q2 and Q3, as well as the HR reports. So we could start, Honorable Chair, if you would want to, and then take Minister a little later. Is that okay?
Yes, I think acting DG we don't have a lot of time, and you've got a lot of presentations to go through. So let's rather start, and then we can always at the end of the presentations allow for the Honourable Minister to make an input.
Yes. No, thank you, Chair. So I will then call upon Ms. Bell Matabela, Chief Director, Strategic Management, to start the first part of the presentation, and then she will be followed by the HR Chief Director, Mr. Imbazima Shiviti, and the CFO, Ms. Desiree Lekwale, will do the financials in that order. So, Ms. Matabela, please, may you present. Thank you.
Chairperson, if maybe I've just been accepted, If maybe I could come in, I'm sorry for now.
No,
I was struggling with joining.
No, and my apologies, Honourable Minister. We also started with our own internal briefings. So let me then take this opportunity to formally welcome you, Honourable Minister. Also, a warm welcome to the Honourable Deputy Minister, if she has joined us. It was her birthday yesterday, so also wishing her a belated happy birthday. But Honourable Minister, we will then hand over to you if you want to start with your opening remarks. As the acting DG has indicated, today is her last day after 40 years in public service. So we would also want to know who will be filling her shoes going forward. We are meeting this morning to consider your performance in terms of Q2 and Q3. Of course, some of the issues remain, and we will probe them later in the morning. Issues around your vacancies, issues around your deviations, issues around the bills that remain outstanding, and we don't seem to be getting an impression that there's any movement on that. But with those few words, welcome, Honourable Minister, welcome, Honourable Deputy Minister. I will hand over to you to make your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and members of the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister Steve Litsike, Acting Director General Ms. Ranji Reddy, senior officials of the department, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks very much, Chairperson, for allowing us to present to the Portfolio Committee our second and third quarter performance, doing this in a year that is very historic in South Africa. But before we delve into our presentation, we wish to extensively appreciate the tireless work of the Portfolio Committee in fast-tracking the recruitment process of the National Council board members on gender-based violence and femicide. As soon as the President appoints them, the department will ensure a seamless onboarding on the National Council board members as they need to hit the ground running. We have already prepared a manual for their induction. Honourable members, allow me also, as you have indicated, Chairperson, to recognize a significant milestone. Indeed, Chair, today we bid farewell to our Acting Director General, Ms. Ranji Reddy, who is retiring after 40 years of extraordinary public service to South African public. And of course, since November 2025, she has steered this department with astute readiness and steadiness and professionalism. On behalf of the Ministry, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I think on behalf of the people of South Africa that we serve, we thank Ms. Reddy for her selfless contribution to the work of government and the work of public service. We wish her a blessed, healthy, and well-deserved retirement. Chairperson, we come before the Portfolio Committee today not only to account for resources spent, but also to reflect on progress achieved, the challenges we are addressing, and the steps we are taking to accelerate delivery. Honourable members, our work at home is validated by our standing in the world. We have just returned from leading the South African delegation to the 7th session of the Commission on the Status of Women in New York. In November 2025, South Africa assumed the role of being the interim chair of the Southern African Development Communities, that is SADC, Specialized Technical Committee on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment through our department. This therefore meant that we were both representing South Africa, but also SADC at the CSW 70. And we delivered the national statement for South Africa as well as the regional statement for the SADC region. And we want to appreciate the support that we received, not only from the department, but also from South Africans who had joined us in New York. We are preparing a comprehensive report that we are going to share with South Africans, but also with the civil society organization, academia, private sector, as well as government on what we achieved in New York this time around, but also we'll share that with the department. I just want maybe to indicate the fact that we attended a reception where we put one of our own advocates, Sepenya, forward for candidature to be considered for the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women Committee. And of course, we did engage with the member states of CSW to consider supporting the name. There might be issues here at home. However, we started already with the campaign for her name to be considered. Chairperson, as a department, we represent South Africa in the Commonwealth. I just want to say on international matters, we make annual contributions as a member state, and our department is supposed to represent the country as and when Commonwealth meetings are called. Unfortunately, our department, as the lead department in this regard, we cannot attend due to limited budget, but we cannot not continue with contributing. And in our presentation, you will see the contribution that we are making towards the Commonwealth as a member state of Commonwealth. Coming to Q1 to Q3 performance reporting, Chair, I'm pleased to report that there is a consistent upward trajectory in our performance across all 3 quarters of financial year 2025-26. In Q1, we achieved 81% of our targets. In Q2, our performance rose to 88%. And in Q3, we reached our best performance to date at 92.5%. This 11.5 percentage point improvement is not accidental. It is the result of deliberate management attention, strengthened planning systems, a growing culture of accountability, as well as the appointment of technical staff to ensure that our targets are specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timeless, and thus deriving tangible impact for most vulnerable. Honorable members, we are candid about where we must do more. In reflecting on the period under review, I wish to highlight a few areas where the department has made important progress. These include enforcing compliance with standard operating procedures for performance evidence, and the HR plan is being implemented as part of a targeted effort to actively reduce vacancies. I must indicate, Chairperson, that we do have a high staff turnover because most of people who apply for work in our department, as soon as they get work elsewhere, they never hesitate to move because they are overworked, they are overstretched, and the conditions of their work are definitely not suitable in the department. And as I think the Chairperson will appreciate the fact that if you have a chief director without a PA, if you have a director without a PA, if you have a chief director and no director and no deputy director, you only have one assistant director. It actually means that that chief director is doing the work for the directors and the deputy directors that are supposed to be there with the positions that we can't afford because we can't pay those people. If you have got 2 chief directors in a branch, for instance, disability branch, without a person who takes the ultimate accountability as deputy director general, where a post exists but not funded, definitely it means the ones below that position, they're doing the work for the deputy director general who does not exist, but also they're doing the work for those that has a problem of high staff turnover. And even if we try to fill vacancies, but people just resign, we have one very strategic assistant director who is leaving the department today, and it is last day. And even if we try to counter offer, it doesn't work. So I just wanted to raise that matter. The department is actively filling critical posts, though, especially at senior management level. The post of the Director General will be advertised on the 10th of April. For the post of Deputy Director General MEC, the matter has been submitted to DPSA to take it to Cabinet for Cabinet concurrence. On matters like progress on all findings with regards to audit matters, we are monitoring quarterly through Audit Steering Committee, ensuring accountability and timely resolutions. I just want to indicate, Chairperson, that we are also dealing with the issue of CARA funding that will be reported here today. On our financial position, the department has secured approval for CARA funds as at 31 March 2026, and the CARA fund will remain available until December 2026 and will be directed towards the full implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, particularly Pillar 2 of our NSP, ensuring that planned activities are delivered effectively and efficiently within the extended windows. And the business case with the new activities and programs was submitted to both National Treasury and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to further support the department. We will also make a presentation on the EU funding and what the plans are going forward. Chairperson, I want to thank you again for this opportunity, and through you, I will indeed hand over to the Acting Director General, and then who will then delegate the senior officials who will make the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Over to you, Acting DG, for the last time.
Thank you. Good morning to the Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister and all the committee members. Chair, as we had said earlier, we would want to start with the performance presentation. So I would hand over to Ms. Bell Matubela. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I also want to greet our Minister and Deputy Minister and all the people on the platform with us this morning from our department and other sectors of interest. Chairperson, I want to request the Secretariat please to give us sharing rights. I've been trying to type on the chat that we should be provided with sharing rights so that we can flight the presentation. Thank you.
I see you are now the co-host.
Morning, Chair. Mr. Mbazima has been made co-host, and Ms. Shoki, and yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Silly. Can we then proceed?
Good morning, Chairperson. This is DDG Shoki Shabalala, and Minister and Deputy Minister. I'm just trying to see how best I can assist in this regard. Maybe if the Madam Val can share the presentation on my side, let me project, because at this point, I don't think I have the actual presentation for projection. I can also give a quick call so that I can step in quickly and assist.
Good morning, DDG. I think I've managed to share the presentation. Can I just get confirmation that you can see it?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I apologize for that technical glitch on my side, Chairperson. The executive summary, Chair, will be presented with this presentation, an overview on the performance information.
We have included slides which are summary slides from Q1 to Q3. We have also included the interventions that we have implemented to address achievement of targets that were not achieved in the previous quarters, and we've included performance comparisons all programs so that the committee can see where we are doing well and where we need to improve. And we've done this per program. As committee members know, we are structured through 5 programs: administration, advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of women. Program 3 is monitoring, evaluation, research and coordination. Program 4 is rights of persons with disabilities, and program 5 is rights of youth. Then I will hand over to my colleague, the head of corporate management, Mr. Mbazi Mashibiti, to take us through the HR oversight report, and he will then be followed by the CFO as directed by our acting DG. Chairperson, the minister has already taken you through this summary, but in my slide, I have included more detail in that the total number of targets for Q1 are indicated as 32, and indeed we did achieve 81% of those targets. 19% were not achieved, which was 6, and I will indicate to the committee where those were in Q2 and Q3, as we are now paying more detail to Q2 and Q3. The Q1 targets were presented in detail in the previous committee meetings. In Q2, Chairperson, where the total number of targets was 41, 88 was achieved, and 5 of those were not achieved, which is 12%. And in Q3, Chair, we had a total number as 40 targets. 37 were achieved, which is 92.5, and 3 of those were not achieved, which is 7.5. The comparison slide, Chair, shows you and confirms what the minister has indicated, that we are indeed improving throughout the quarters in achieving our targets, our planned targets. Chairperson, we have included a slide which demonstrates the interventions that management has adopted to address the challenges that we've had in achieving our targets. In Q1, Chair, if you remember, we indicated that there was a target that was missed due to being processed late and not in line with the standard operating procedures. So what we did, Chairperson, we have reissued a circular. We've also aligned our standard operating procedures with our policy to make sure that there is clear understanding across the department. As you may appreciate, Chair, from time to time we do get new managers joining the department, so the continuous awareness raising on our policies and standard operating procedures have continued. And the major non-achievement for Q2, Chairperson, was in program 1. And due to the fact that targets in program 1 are cumulative in nature, such as the target on prioritizing the achievement of payment of valid invoices within 30 days and the reduction of vacancies. So you find that you are not able to correct the non-achievement within that quarter. You can only work towards the next quarter to make sure that these targets are met. The department is also finalizing prioritizing, finalizing the HR plan, which was being consulted in Q2. And the plan was that in Q3, it will be finalized. This is a plan that was linked to the development of the current financial year's APP. However, due to the fact that they've been changed areas of planning for HR and the requirements that needed to be made, some of the jobs had to be JE'd and graded. The department has embarked in a process of reviewing the HR plan to enable it to start the implementation thereof in the next financial year, which we are getting into tomorrow. The target on the controllable procurement spent on entities owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities are dependent on the CSD chairperson, and the department prioritizes allocating its work to entities owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We are still struggling to meet the targets of 30% for youth and 7% for persons with disabilities. And we had targets in program 5, the youth program, the youth Indaba, and the target on ensuring that we convene our stakeholders for the missionaries which were not met, chairperson. The one in Q3 for the machineries chair, we have tabled an erratum because we realized while we were implementing the APP that our planning chair was misaligned with our strat plan, in that we do plan to have 4 machineries for youth annually. However, when you look at our quarterly targets, they were also reflected as 4, and that is an error that affected Q3 of the plan performance and Q4. So we had to issue an erratum. Chairperson, as indicated by the minister, we have prioritized getting technical staff for the development of the APP that we have tabled for the next financial year. That chair was to ensure that the SMART principle is implemented in our targets as recommended by the Portfolio Committee in the BRRR of the annual report for the 2024-25 financial year. And we are continuing to ensure that all recommendations made by the AG and internal audit are implemented to improve the management of performance information. Chairperson, the missed targets that we included in this slide number 5 are for Q1. And Chair, when you look at the far right, we have provided the progress of their achievement to date. And in program 1, as of the 31st of December 2025, the department has managed to pay all valid invoices. 100% of those were paid. In Q1, we did not achieve this target, so we have continued to implement the corrective action that the CFO had committed. The controllable spend on youth-owned entities was 24.73%. The department is continuing to prioritize these youth-owned entities. The challenge, Chair, is the change of age of the directors or shareholders of the companies that are in the CSD, because at the time of appointing a company, you may find that the director was within the age of youth, but by the time we finalize the transaction, we can no longer classify that appointment within youth. Then it will contribute to women or persons with disabilities, or be lost if that was a male director, which does not really contribute to this area of prioritization. In program 2, we had an intervention chairperson, which was for ensuring that WYPD are participating within key identified economic sectors, and it was the agricultural sector. This output was missed in Q1 due to the POE that was found to have not been submitted timeously. We have corrected this. The program in Q2 and Q3 have achieved 100%, and this is one of the targets that was also achieved. In program 4, they had missed the target on one annual progress report on the implementation of the WRPD developed. The concept note was developed. It has been revised and finalized. In program 5, the Youth Indaba has since been held in Q3, and the Youth Development Bill is being processed and consulted to be processed further in Q4. Chairperson, the Q2 targets which were missed are mostly in program 1, and we have 2 which were missed in program 5. They are indicated as follows. The payment of invoices valid invoices within 30 days. We have provided the reason for deviation in the detailed Q2 report that we submitted, because we only achieved 99.42%, and this was due to operational and system-related challenges which were experienced by the financial unit. And as of the 31st of December, we have managed to achieve this target. The procurement spend for entities owned by women was not achieved in Q2. We had achieved 37.04%, and we are continuing to prioritize the achievement of this controllable procurement spend for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I've spoken to the HR plan chairperson. It is work in progress. It will be finalized by the end of Q4, and we will start its implementation in the new financial year. In youth program in Q2, the intervention for addressing social ills and vulnerability of youth, it had to be postponed due to unavailability of stakeholders. It has since been held in Q3, so it was held out of its planned quarter, hence it was not achieved. It's reported as not achieved in Q2. And the Youth Development Bill was not consulted due to it requiring a strengthening, which is work that has been continuing into Q3. And the Q3 missed targets, chairperson, are quite similar to the ones in Q2, but the only difference here is that for the finance program in program 1, they have achieved the payment of valid invoices within 30 days. We have struggled to achieve the controllable spend for youth-owned entities. We only managed to achieve 19.27 against the 30%, and we are still going to press on, chairperson, in the new financial year to see that we allocate business to youth-owned entities. The HR plan, I've spoken to it, that it's being finalized, and the youth machinery meetings, we have accepted that the error was on our part in planning and reporting, Chair, and we want to apologize profusely to the portfolio committee. And we have requested our minister to allow us to do an erratum to rectify this error so that this program can achieve the targets that they have planned annually, which is 4 machineries in total. So we will be coming back with our annual report that shows the achievement of this target. Chairperson, the slides that I'm left with, they show per program how we were doing in achieving our targets. In program 1, in quarter 2, we have 3 not achieved and 2 as reported. In program 2, they continue to achieve all their targets. They only missed 1 target in quarter 1. And in program 3, all their targets have been achieved over the quarters. In program 4, they only missed 1 target in quarter 1, and all their other targets have been achieved in quarter 2 and quarter 3. In youth program, they have missed 2 in quarter 1, and they also missed 2 in quarter 2, and the 1 for the youth machinery in quarter 3. Chairperson, if you allow me to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Shibiti, to take us to this part of the report, which talks to the HR oversight report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Val. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, our Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. I'm taking through the quarter 2 HR oversight report. The next slide, Val. Yeah, this is a cumulative from quarter 1 to the last quarter. Then it's from 1 April 2025 to this one was quarter 2 to 30 September 2025. Next slide. And in terms of quarter 2, in terms of approved posts, the 140 filled posts, there were 127 funded vacancies, there were 13, which translated in 9.3%. The SMS vacancies were 6, which was 13.9%. The representation of women at SMS position, 59.9%. Representation of youth under 35 years were 16.5%. And representations of persons with disability, 5.5%. And the average number of annual leave days per employee, 4.9. The average number of sick leave days per employee, 3.2. And the training opportunities provided in that quarter was 41. And the signed performance agreements were 35, which translate into 85.4%. Next slide. These were the reported vacancy as at the end of 30. And then the DDG, by then, we're screening the application, but I think the latest information, as the minister have indicated, it has been submitted to MPSA for seeking cabinet concurrence. The chief director, the latest information, which will do the quarter 3. It's panel members that just have to sit, shortlist, and interview before the end of this April. The Director Security and Work Environment, at that time, we're finalizing of screening of applications, but for now, shortlisting has been done. The interview is taking place next week. And then the Director Governance, Compliance, and Youth shortlisting then is the interview that needs to take place. The Director Strategic Planning and Reporting, at that time, it was then the interview, the normal recruitment didn't take place. The person who was occupying the position was reappointed to the position with effect from 1 March this year. The Director Monitoring, conducting the selection process, but the latest information, the person will start work tomorrow. The Deputy Director Internal Audit started working on the 1st of February. The Assistant Director OD and JE, the person started working November, like we indicated. Assistant Director Advocacy and Mainstreaming, the person will start working on the 1st of May this year. And then Assistant Director Strategic Planning and Reporting, I think that's the minister indicated it was there. But however, we have also given offer to the second candidate yesterday. Hopefully that person will start on the 1st of May. That's what we've indicated in the letter. If the person declined that particular offer, it means it's going back to square one, but hopefully that person will start on the 1st. Yeah, the admin assistant, that person has started working like internal auditor already employed in the department, and also the community outreach of the minister, that person has been appointed. Thanks. Next slide. So these were contract appointments that in the department we could not do without them. The first 5 appointments at the GBV Secretariat, and then number 6, it driver messenger, corporate management, just to support the DM, and the last 3, it personal aid for colleagues who are visually impaired in the department. Next slide. So these are, we didn't have any dismissal, resignation was 1, and expiry of contract there were 18, and then eventually the terminations were 20. The next slide. So the labor relations, it's 1 case that we're dealing with it. That case, when you do the quarter 3, you'll see it's still in progress, but it will be finalized in the week, the 25 to 29 of May this year, but we'll talk further to it when we're there. At that time, 1 employee was on precautionary suspension. We had 7 grievances by then. We didn't have conciliation. We have 5 arbitrations by then, and we have labor cases. And 1 we're settling. That's the one that I was saying we're proposing to settle. That's why we settle, and the employees back from 1st March. Next slide. Yeah, the quarter 3. Yeah, next slide. This one over. Yeah, thanks, Van. So the quarter 3, the position, if you look at in terms of the quarter 3, there were 40, and the filled posts were 126, funded vacancies. There were 14, which translated into 9.9% because somebody left. Vacancies, SMS, they were going up because we had SMS members who left during that period, 2 of them, which is the former Director General and the GITO. So it was pushing the vacancy at the SMS to 19%. Representation of women, 58.3, like I'm saying, when they left. Representation of youth, there was a slight because we employ a youth person, 17.3, and representation of persons with disability is stable. And then the number of annual leave days per employee, 5.4, the sick days, 3.2, and the training opportunity provided, 47. The signed performance agreements remains the same. Next slide. So yeah, this is the vacancy as at a vacancy report as at the end of December. And there were 14 positions. Like we indicated, the Director General position was there. In terms of the JE, we've done, like Minister indicated, he has been submitted to DPSA. All requirements as DPSA requested, we comply with everything, the JE reports and everything. So it will be advertised on the 10th of April, like Minister indicated, in the DPSA vacancy circular, in the newspaper on the 12th of April, which will be a Sunday. The DDG, we have indicated also that one, waiting for a cabinet recommendation, cabinet concurrence, sorry, for the panel recommendation. The chief director, yeah, 1 panel member was not around, which is a technical person, so we could not proceed. But now everything is fine. Hopefully by next week, the panel will convene and shortlist after the Easter weekend. And the director security, like I indicated, the interviews are taking place next week. The governance, the interviews were scheduled to take place last week on the 25th, but there were some glitches, so it has been postponed. Then it will take place next week. The panel is sitting tomorrow again. And then the Director Strategic Planning and Reporting, it has been filled. The Director Monitoring, like I indicated, the candidate is assuming her responsibilities tomorrow. The GITO, the post just became vacant and it was advertised, and closing days was 13 February. The selection process is underway. Internal audit, like I indicated, is filled. Advocacy and mainstreaming interviews were held, and then the offer letter were sent last week. So hopefully by 1 May, internal audit is filled. The administrative assistant is filled, like I indicated. Next slide. These are the contract appointments, like I indicated. They are there to add, it's only then their supply chain management. Next slide. The resignations were 3, like Minister indicated. We have a lot of high rate turnover, especially strategic planning. The other one came, spent 12 months. The other one that left now 5 months, and other positions. So they don't stay in the department because of the working conditions and internal audit as well. They don't stay with recruit, but they leave immediately because of the working conditions. And then expiry of contract, there are 19, and then not termination of contract is 1. Next slide. This is the case that I was indicating. It has been going on, Chairperson, since 2021. But in terms of, it's not the fault of the department, because the employee most of the time will lodge the litigation, either go to the labor court, I don't know how many times, but up to so far, the update that I can give you, the candidate or the employee has finalized the testing. There was one employee which was a witness. Then now she's bringing 2 witnesses. So the case hopefully will be finalized on the week of 25 to 29, as I was informed by the employee representative in the department, our labor relations officer. That's what the chairperson has indicated, and our council. So hopefully we'll wait for the outcome from that time. So the precautionary suspension, it's here as well, which also it was a decision of the chairperson to extend the precautionary suspension, but she has taken the matter, is going to arbitration as well in May. So the grievances were there. And then also, like I indicated, the 5 labor related litigation matters. One was settled, and another one that we want to settle, but kuna 2 cases that we weren't able to settle because DPSA, if we settle that, they will create some sort of precedence. They are referring to the grading, the job evaluation. So the other case is for her, like I indicated in the call. Next slide. I think is the last one. Thanks, Chairperson. The CFO.
Thank you. Let the CFO continue, but also acting DG. I just want to make the point that you've only got until 11:30 to present, and within that time, we should also take the Audit Risk Committee. By 11:30, I want members to start engaging with the presentations. So we need to keep it as high level as possible, because members did get all the presentations more than a week ago, apart from the 2 that came yesterday. Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and management from the department. Chairperson, based on your request, may I then request that I go straight to Q3, because the financial report is cumulative in nature. Is that okay with the Chairperson?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Chairperson and members, the position of the department as at end of 31 December, overall, the department spent 74% of the allocated adjusted budget of 234,373,000. You'd see that there were pressures in Program 1 administration, wherein the expenditure was at 77.5%. Advocacy and mainstreaming spent 53.7%, Program 3, 86.5%, Program 4, 71%, and lastly, Program 5 spent 60.8%. The breakdown of the amount spent by the department, which is 173,363,363,000 by end of the financial year. It's as follows per economic classification, where in on compensation of employee, the expenditure of the department was sitting at 111,814,000, which translates to 78.2% of the budget. On goods and services, 73.7% spent is represented by an amount of 59,003,000 that has been spent against the available 80 million. On transfers and subsidies in total, the department spent 1,554,000 and was available an amount of 644,000 to be spent by the end of the financial year. On payments of capital assets, the allocated budget was 9,078,000 and an amount of 992 was spent by end of Q3, which only represent 10.9%. Next slide, please. Chairperson, in terms of the percentage spent on compensation of employee linked to vacancies that existed in the department, I won't dwell much on this slide because HR has already provided the reasons and challenges that were experienced by the department in terms of fast-tracking filling of vacancies. On goods and services, Chairperson, the department did a forecast in terms of the spending trends on goods and services as at end of October 2025, which reflected a possible overspending which may potentially be classified as unauthorized expenditure. Based on this, a financial instruction note was issued to all officials in the department on 17 November 2025. And the aim of the instruction note was to hold all procurement and travel on voted funds only. This was mainly to mitigate against the possible overspending and preventing the occurrence of potential unauthorized expenditure by the end of the financial year. The available budget on goods and services of 21 million as at end of Q3 was set aside for payment of contractual obligations, official orders that were in progress of delivery. The remaining budget will then be utilized to augment the spending pressures that existed in Program 1 and Program 3 in accordance with the requirement of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation after we have closed the books for the 2025-26 financial year. Based on the analysis of the goods and services, Chairperson and members, the department does not anticipate any underspending on the goods and services budget of the department. On provinces and municipalities, these are funds that are set for payment of motor vehicle license discs, and the major expenditure in this category will be realized in Q4. Foreign governments and international organizations, we've made the payment for our annual subscription, but there was an amount of 587 that remained against the budget that was set aside, and the amount that is paid to the Commonwealth is informed by the at the exchange rate at the time of payment. We have since made an application to Treasury to utilize the balance from this budget to areas of spending pressure, and the department has since received an approval of that application. On household, this is the funds that are set aside for payment of leave gratuities to officials that exit the public sector, and further payments were processed during Q4. On payments for capital asset, the Lower spending was due to departmental vehicles to the value of 960,000 that were ordered but were not yet delivered. By the end of Q3, they were subsequently delivered and the payment was made to the service provider, and the one vehicle amounting to 1 million for the executive authority. And this was delivered, and we did receive the invoice during Q4 and it was subsequently paid. There was a further amount of 655,000 for the office furniture that was also paid in the Q4. The department is awaiting delivery of it was awaiting delivery of the replacement laptops by the end of Q3, and that was subsequently delivered and the payment was honored. The expenditure improved from February to March 2026 as more invoices were processed and as and when they were received within the department. Chairperson, in terms of the EU donor fund, the overall allocation for the department is 37,828,843. As at end of the December, the department spent 17.3 million and available funds to spend by the end of the financial year was 20.4 million. The next table, it provides the breakdown of what is it that the department spent the money on in terms of the 17 million that was spent by end of Q3. Next slide, please. On the CARA fund, Chairperson, the department received an allocation in total of 24.5 million. 50% of this allocation was received during 2024-25 financial year, and the money was released late from the Department of Justice, hence the lower spending that was reported in the first year of implementation. And we opened the 2025-26 financial year with a balance of 21.5 million, and the expenditure that was incurred between April and end of December is 2.2 million, which then leaves the department with available funds totally 19 million. Further invoices were paid during the Q4, and the available funds will then decrease by the end of the financial year. And there was also a balance of 10 million that was still to be transferred to the department based on the total approved allocation for the department. And the department was required to submit a revised project plan, as the minister has alluded in opening remarks. And the revised project plan was submitted, and we are waiting approval from the Department of Justice. In terms of G20 Chairperson, National Treasury allocated an amount of 5.2 million to the department, and we entered into partnerships with the Office of the Premier in Northwest and in Mpumalanga, and the Northwest committed to contribute an amount of 1.2 million, and Office of the Premier in Mpumalanga committed to contribute an amount of 1.5 million. We also received sponsorships amounting to 5.4 million from different sponsors, and the amount that were confirmed by the sponsors was not directly deposited into the bank account of the department. They paid directly to the service providers based on the commodities that were agreed on between the sponsors and the department to the service providers that were appointed for this purpose. In total, the expenditure that the department incurred against the overall allocation that was available is 10.4 million with a balance of almost 2.9. Chairperson, we can report that as at end of December 2025, the department has not recorded any irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In terms of the implementation of the audit action plans, we have seen an improvement, Chairperson, from quarter one to quarter, from quarter two to quarter three, where in quarter two, the implementation was at 14%. And as at end of December, the department reported 50%. And the 50% represent 7 findings that were still in progress of implementation by the end of quarter three. Progress on outstanding audit action plans will be reviewed during the audit steering committee meeting that will be held in the month of April. Chairperson, these are the deviations that the department approved during the period of quarter three. I just want to indicate that the deviations are managed within the department through the National Treasury Instruction Note number 3 of 2021-2022 that was issued by National Treasury that provide guidelines and requirements as well as conditions for procurement of goods and services by other means. The department make use of the requirement of this instruction note for approval of deviations that are coming forth from various units within the department. In quarter two, Chairperson, you would note that in the presentation that was submitted by the department, we approved deviations amounting to 6.7 million. And of those deviations, we have 2 deviations that were linked to the G20 appointment of venues amounting to 5.7 million. And this is mainly due to the fact that the venues that were to be utilized for the G20 technical meetings were screened and vetted by DERCO, and those are the venues that the department had to utilize for the technical meetings. The department would not have gone out to the market for a competitive bidding to be able to source from other venues that were available out there. And we also have the high value deviation of 644,000. That was for the appointment of SABC as a sole provider for a series of media promotions. Single source appointment, it is mainly in instances where there is collaboration between the department and other institutions in terms of various engagements that the department engage in, wherein these institutions will provide a venue to the department at no cost. However, in most cases, especially the universities or where we utilize the SAPS facilities, they have their in-house catering services, and therefore they do not allow the department to bring external service providers to provide catering services. Where we appointed in instances where we couldn't obtain a minimum of 3 quotations as per the requirement, this will mainly be due to poor responses from the market. And how we manage this process, Chairperson and members, is that the department will go out and to the market in the first instance, and if the responses are poor, we always encourage SCM to go again and test the market. And should it still reveal that there's still poor responses, we will then invoke the instruction note 3 of 2021 for procurement by other means to appoint through deviations. In quarter 3, the total amount of deviations that were approved is 2.8 million. Of these deviations, we had one deviation amounting to 1.2 million, which was for appointment of SABC for a series of media promotion for 16 days of activism campaign. And 1.5 million related to a single source appointment. In most cases, when a service is approved to be offered by a particular service provider and there's no other service provider in the market to offer that service, it is a requirement and it's compulsory that those service providers must submit a certificate that authorizes and approves them as the sole company that offers this services. In some instances, you'll find that officials are attending conferences and you can't engage in a competitive bidding process to be able to pay the service provider that is facilitating the conference. The other single source appointment, for example, it would be, for example, I know we appointed a security company for additional biometric systems. Now, when you want to increase the number of the biometric system, you cannot go out to the market and follow the SCM process to obtain a minimum of 3 quotations, because if you bring in another service provider who would tamper with the software and the system of the initial service provider, it will affect the maintenance agreement between the department and the initial service provider that installed the system. Chairperson, the next of the slide will speak to issues of capacity buildings that were engaged in during Q3, as well as international engagements that the department engaged in. I want to indicate that, Chairperson, you would notice that in the slide, especially for international engagement, most of them were sponsored. And this is mainly due to the budget constraints that the department experienced towards the second half of the financial year, so that we mitigate against incurring costs on some international travel, and we end up having to report overspending that will be classified as unauthorized expenditure. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can we proceed to the next presentation? Is our department done at this stage?
Chairperson, indeed, this from the CFO is the last presentation from the department. Maybe to indicate, Chairperson, maybe just to make one point and emphasize on it. The CFO did indeed report that on the 17th of November 2026, the department was halted in terms of all procurement and travel on voted funds. And this 2% amounted to grounding of the department from then to date. So that halting and that grounding of the department will only be lifted today because we are starting a new financial year. That does have negative impact on the work of the department. And I must say that some of the officials had to pay from their pockets in order for them to do the work that under normal circumstances they would be paid by the department for traveling, maybe to that part of or to whatever, to perform whatever work. That does have negative impact And Chair, I just want to, in so saying, for those that probably will therefore be able to claim, they will therefore be doing it in our next financial year, which therefore again will then bring back the same problem towards the end of the financial year, because it may as well be that that money that they will be claiming, that they're supposed to claim in this financial year that is ending today, they will now be claiming in the next financial year. It is a cycle that is unfortunate, but we are subjected to it. It does have negative impact on officials, but on the targets that must be met and on the work that must be performed when the department is grounded, when you hardly can have petty cash of 2,000 rand. You don't know what to do. We didn't sit down, Chairperson. We wrote, we spoke, we negotiated, we did everything under the sun that you are supposed to do. If it was not myself, it will be the DM. We wrote letters to say, but the department is literally grounded literally. Like we are in the COVID-19. And that was the situation for me. I had no experience of such, but what I've seen and learned in the department is that the non-resourcing of the department chair, it is a problem. I must indicate that we come before the portfolio committee to account. But I think it's important that the portfolio committee does take into account these circumstances, the grounding of the department, literally grounding of the department. That is one thing I just wanted to emphasize. It's painful, it's discouraging, it's demotivating. We continue to do our work even though it is like that, and we've come to account to the portfolio committee. But I think we would wish the portfolio committee also to assist us, even if it means summoning all of us. I think it's one area that the portfolio committee might have to consider one day, so that the issue of resourcing of this department is addressed. It's either we have this department, or if it must not exist, then a decision has to be taken. But it cannot be that we have a department that is just so not resourced as this department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And I think when you come back in your responses, we also need to get an update with regards to the business case. We know that you submitted a comprehensive business case to National Treasury on your human resources and financial needs. And I think the Portfolio Committee would also need to get an indication as to what the response was in that regard, so that we are able to assist if we do call Treasury and yourselves in the second term. Let's just quickly take the Audit and Risk Committee report, but we just need the highlights, Advocate, because we do need to open the floor for discussions. So over to you, Advocate Rosie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, and good morning to the members of the committee, as well to the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister, as well as management. Together with the Audit and Risk Committee member who has joined me, Mr. Palandra, and our support, the Chief Audit Executive. Chairperson, just at a very high level, I'm going to be speaking to the issues that the Chair has raised and the issues that are really creating discomfort for us as the Audit and Risk Committee. I want to run us straight to the third slide. Okay. On the third slide, Chairperson, we are looking into the annual work program of the ARC. We were able to undertake our activities in the second and third quarter. The review and approval of the internal audit charter, the approved internal audit plan, and the consideration of the AGSA audit and management reports. These were not attended to in the second quarter. they were only then concluded in the third quarter due to capacity constraints, as it were. And we did convene a second and third quarter meeting. But to allay any concerns that the committee might have, Chair, is that we did have an interim internal audit plan, and so internal audit was not working blindly through its responsibilities. I want to move to slide 4. Yes. This has to do with the subject on the allocated budget. The ARC noted that the spending of the department was within the National Treasury estimated spending benchmarks, that we were satisfied with 50% in the second quarter and 75% in the third quarter. Chair, we do continue to be concerned on the issue of the availability of funds, as the Honourable Minister has already indicated. We made a recommendation, Chair, that management should develop and submit a comprehensive business case to the National Treasury, outlining the need for additional human capital and financial resourcing. But Chair, our latest report on this, Chair, is that management has reported having followed up with the responsible DDG at National Treasury, who has confirmed that the discussions on the department's request were underway with National Treasury. However, Chair, there was not a solid response insofar as to whether those additional funds would be made available or not. But safe to say, Chair, the ARC has supported the Honourable Minister in its presentation to Parliament's Financial and Fiscal Commission in order to make its case for further funding and to present its business case, as it were, Chair. So that is the updated report that we received insofar as the business case is concerned. On the unauthorized and irregular expenditure, Chair, as you would have noted, there was no unauthorized and irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred in the second and third quarter. However, Chair, we did note that there is an impasse between the department and the AGSA relating to irregular expenditure that was identified in the previous financial year. And this issue had remained unresolved, Chair. In the next slide, slide 5. Okay, we recommended that management should implement the dispute resolution procedure outlined in the AGSA's engagement letter insofar as the impasse is concerned. But at very high level, Chair, what was reported to us is that the dispute resolution process as outlined was implemented, and the dispute was referred to National Treasury for resolution. And National Treasury, however, conceded with AGSA's findings. But Chair, I want to highlight that management has reported that it was not satisfied with the response from Treasury, and that Treasury did not consider or review the supporting transaction documents as submitted by management, and that they based their conclusion solely on the submissions from the AGSA side, and to the exclusion of the supplementary submissions that have been made by management. As a result of that, Chair, management has escalated this matter to the Chief Procurement Officer, and they are still awaiting a response. In the meantime, Chair, there was a request from management for internal audit to conduct its own internal audit insofar as that contentious irregular expenditure is concerned. The Audit and Risk Committee, Chair, did, however, advise against that, because we then recommended that we rather receive the outcome from the Chief Procurement Officer before internal audit can undertake such an exercise. Also considering how constrained the internal audit is currently. We are then still awaiting the feedback from the CPO, Chair. Okay, if we can just go through to slide 6, please. Okay. These slides, Chair, deal with the deviations. I'm not going to report on the number of transactions, etc. That has already been submitted by the CFO. But I want to go straight into the recommendations that we have made, Chair, and how far along are those being attended to. So, Chair, we recommended that management should ensure that all deviations from the normal procurement processes are compliant with SCM policies, amongst other recommendations. Chair, I won't go into each and every one of them, but I want to just make comments insofar as the implementation of those recommendations, how far they are, and our satisfaction with how they're currently being dealt with. So, insofar as the proper procurement planning to minimize reliance on deviations. So management has reported that measures have been implemented to reduce the use of deviations from the standard procurement processes, and they've assured the ARC that these measures are in fact adequate. Insofar as the deviations from normal procurement processes, what should be compliant with the SCM policies and applicable legislations. Chair, management has reported that the process for deviations from normal procurement processes are adequate and that they're implemented consistently to ensure that deviations are justified and approved in terms of the department's financial management delegations of authority. We recommended again, Chair, that deviations should be both justified and supported by market-related pricing, as well as that they should be approved, Chair. So management has assured the committee that deviations are justified and that they are appropriately approved and supported by market-related pricing. So, Chair, just to give assurance to the portfolio committee, so in terms of the internal audit plan, there is an item there for the review of the deviations, which is planned to be performed in the fourth quarter of the financial year. And so this review will confirm whether the deviations are indeed justified and whether they have been appropriately approved, and that they are indeed supported by market-related pricing as submitted by management. This is the second but last point insofar as the deviations. We did recommend the strengthening of reporting processes of deviations to National Treasury and to the AGSA, just to ensure that there is accuracy and completeness and transparency. So management has implemented this recommendation, and they report that deviations from normal procurement processes are indeed regularly reported to National Treasury and to the AGSA. The last recommendation, insofar as the deviations are concerned, Chair, is with regards to the financial reports including a supporting narrative or addendum linking deviations and expenditure directly to program performance and service delivery. Chair, this is not yet due for implementation, and it will be put into effect from the fourth quarter of the financial year. I know Chair had indicated that is the last comment on deviations, but this one relating to compliance with SCM regulations and prescripts to enforce consequence management in instances of non-compliance. Chair, this has not yet been implemented. So the program on the implementation of this recommendation will be provided to the committee in the fourth quarter. Slide 8. CE, if you can assist me there. Okay. Slide 8 deals
I'm
with...
moving it, Chair. Sorry, I'm just stuck. I'm gonna stop and reshare.
Okay, thank you. Let me just find myself, Chair. Okay, the AGSA audit findings. Chair, we did note the progress that is being made by management insofar as resolving the findings for the previous financial year, but we were worried with regards to the pace at which these matters are being attended to. And so we had made a recommendation, Chair, that there should be a developed audit action plan, which would outline planned management actions to address the audit findings for 25-26. And this has been implemented, and it was developed and approved by the accounting officer in September of 2025, Chair, on the 30th of September. So safe to say, Chair, overall, our recommendations as the Audit and Risk Committee are being implemented. I want to go to an area, Chair, of great discomfort to us, and that is with regards to, I want to go straight here. Let me just see. Okay. The filling of posts within, this is slide number 12, Ms. Matobe. This is reporting on internal audits. The filling of recommendations. We made a recommendation that there should be a filling of vacant positions within the internal audit function, and to also ensure that recruitment processes are concluded within the anticipated timeframe. I'm happy to report, Chair, that there are 2 vacancies to date that have been filled in internal audit. That is the Deputy Director as well as an internal auditor. But again, Chair, we still need for further capacitation, particularly dealing with the secretariat functions that support the ARC. That has been an area of great discomfort for us. And we had recommended, Chair, that an extra resource be acquired to assist us in this regard, Chair. We are yet to hear as to whether the budget would be made available in this respect, and so that will be reported in the next quarter. Okay, that was in slide 13. If we can move to slide 17, Chairperson. This relates to the area of risk management. We still find ourselves in a very uncomfortable position insofar as the high risks within the organization, both inherent and residual. Residual being after all the internal controls being implemented. Many of the identified strategic risks, for instance, remain in the red in spite of the internal controls. The only one where we can say that there seems to be some improvement is the strategic risk 4, which is the inadequate influence and integration on the domestic, regional, and global continental platforms to promote and fulfill the socioeconomic rights of women and youth and persons with disabilities. So this is the only risk that has since moved from high to medium. With the controls having been implemented. Chairperson, we have an issue wherein the Chief Risk Officer has unfortunately resigned, and we were only then able to receive a report of the second quarter. We have not received a third quarter report as yet, and ordinarily the function of Chief Risk Officer or risk management would go to internal audit in the absence of a CRO. Internal audit would then champion risk management. However, again, due to the undercapacitation in internal audit, they were not able to undertake this exercise. Hence, we did not have a Q3 report. We did, however, Chair, recommend that there should be a resource who would be appointed on a fixed term contract while we look for a permanent incumbent of this position in the market. There has been an undertaking for management to realize that recommendation, and this is going to be reported to us in the fourth quarter, Chair. Okay, and so Chair, you will notice on slide 8, many of the activities, many of the recommendations that we had made could not have been implemented due to the absence of the Chief Risk Officer, as I've mentioned. But Chair, I want us to make a correction on the recommendation wherein we talk about the emerging risks that should be included in the risk register as emerging risks, issues of ICT, etc. We indicate in the second bullet that the quarterly ICT reports were not considered by ARC in its 2 previous meetings. I want to correct this position, Chair. We did receive the Q2 report, the second quarter ICT report, Chair, was submitted to us in the third quarter. This was because the Q2 report had not gone through the appropriate internal processes through the different committees internally before it came to the ARC. And so we sent back that report. It was subsequently reported in the third quarter reporting. So we received both the second and the third quarter report, Chair, from ICT. So I just wanted us to correct that. Okay, that's on ICT. Okay. I think I've dealt on the issues of deviations, risks, ICT, and the issue of the business case I've made submissions on. Chair, due to the limited time, I will only just deal with lastly the issue of the filling of vacancies so far as the HR reporting is concerned. This continues to be a very uncomfortable position for ourselves, Chair, despite the recommendations that we make for the expediting of the process. But in the absence of a well-capacitated HR department, it becomes a long and tedious exercise just to fill those positions because of that deficit in HR, Chair. So that also then comes back to the issue of the resourcing of the department, both from a financial and a human capital perspective. So here, hence you'll see, Chair, that in our conclusions, we are indicating that the risk mitigation action plans are generally effective, but however, reports from management and internal audit have indicated that the system of internal control remains a risk due to that ongoing HR and financial resource constraints, Chair, as well as the high turnover within the department that the Honourable Minister has spoken to. And so, Chair, as the committee, we continue to implore the Portfolio Committee to intervene in the department's efforts to secure the adequate resources in order for it to deliver on its mandate. That is our report, Chair, in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate, and thank you very much for your presentation and also your suggestions for the committee to take note of. Honourable members, I'm now going to take your hands so that you're able to interact with all the presentations. We also thank the department for their presentation. It's now your opportunity to raise your hands, honourable members, so that you can start engaging. Honourable members, I don't see any hands yet. Can you please raise your hands if you want to interact? Okay.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Chaka Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Apologies, I'm not able to raise my hand.
Okay, I will recognize you as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, honourable members. You are all recognized. So we will start with Honourable Mqunu, followed by Dr. Leklape, followed by Honourable Polwane, followed by Honourable Khadebe, followed by Honourable Shabango, followed by Honourable Peterson, Honourable Kanile, and Honorable Chauke Adonis, and Honorable Mbiko. So we'll take Honorable Mkunu, you are up first.
Good morning, Chairperson, and sibingelele kubo bonke abantu abakhona emhlanganweni. I have quite a lot of questions, but because of time, I will just ask a few important ones. The first one is several disability program targets were reported with no information provided in multiple quarters. Why did the department submit reports to Parliament with missing information on key disability programs? Does this indicate weaknesses in monitoring systems, or that this program were not implemented? The second question is, the department failed to reach the 30% procurement target for youth-owned enterprises across 3 quarters. Why has the department consistently failed to meet procurement commitments meant to support youth-owned enterprises? What procurement reforms will be introduced to ensure youth-owned enterprises benefit from government opportunities? No progress was reported on Universal Accessibility Action Plan roundtables and summits. Why has the department failed to implement universal accessibility initiatives which are central to disability rights? What concrete actions will be taken in the remaining quarter to ensure this target is achieved? Then we go to youth program interventions were delayed due to stakeholder unavailability. Why is the department unable to secure consistent participation from key stakeholders for youth programs? What contingency measures are in place to ensure program delivery continues despite stakeholder challenges? The SANDF-led National Youth Service in Indaba was not convened due to unavailability of principals. Why has the department failed to convene the National Youth Service in Indaba despite its strategic importance? What steps are being taken to secure leadership commitment from the relevant departments? And then we go to the resources were prioritized towards G20 activities affecting other programs. To what extent did the department's focus on G20 activities affect the delivery of its core programs? Which programs were delayed or reduced because of this reprioritization? Then 2 questions left. The department transfer over 1 billion annually to the NYDA. What oversight mechanism are in place to ensure these funds are used effectively by the NYDA? What measurable outcome demonstrates that this funding is improving opportunities for young people? And then the department's performance shows mixed outcomes, delays, and reporting weaknesses. Would the department acknowledge that these patterns indicate systemic weaknesses in planning and program management? What structural reforms will be implemented to ensure that the department delivers really impact rather than administrative output? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Dr. Letlape.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll just be short. This is just for proof of life. I'm just concerned about the comments that were made by the Minister in terms of inadequate funding of the department that threatens its survival, and that there's possibly a need for a complete strategic overview as to who does what. I'm also concerned about the department's responsibilities, where it has project management and delivery responsibilities and also oversight responsibilities. That possibly, through you, Chair, that we have a meaningful strategic discussion about how should things work going forward, so that we don't have these recurring problems of things that are outside. You want deviations. There's something fundamentally wrong with alignment from the beginning if you have so many deviations. I would hope that once you have deviations in the following year, those things would be streamlined into being included in the budget. There should be lessons about why deviations are necessary and how we avoid the issues of the deviations. The other issue is the tug of war between Treasury, Auditor General, and the department. Because I'm just concerned when we're spending a lot of time on wanting to make our point. When we're not heard, we say we're not heard. But what I'm not hearing is how we're going to make sure that this doesn't recur in the following year. Or how do you regularize what you have done so that if it's part of your plan, the Auditor General would then see it as part of the plan and would evaluate you against that new matrix. So for me, it's about whether there are lessons to be learned so that we move forward or whether we stagnate on that point. And lastly, Chair, to thank the acting DG who's on her last day today. 40 years of service, even our life sentences without parole don't equate to that. But my major issue is we should try and benefit from this vast experience. Usually in companies, there'd be exit interviews where people could leave notes for the successors. So maybe through you, Chair, let's make it possible to be able to interact with the outgoing civil servant that has served this nation for such a long time in terms of on this strategic overview and review. Should be someone that has valuable experience, that has no vested interest going forward, and may give both of us insight that we might use in repurposing the department and having a strategic discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc, for those inputs. I think we will definitely extend an invitation to Acting DG Ready to engage with the committee about lessons learned and suggestions and advice to the committee if she's willing to do so after her retirement. Honorable Pulwani, you are up next.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. If it's still morning, I'm not sure. Our Minister and the Deputy Minister, honorable members, our officials, let me say happy birthday to our DM. And kere tsela tshweu gomme hlogo ya lefapha 40 years le šomela setšhaba sa South Africa. Re a leboga mma, re leboga maikarabelo a le a tšereng. Let me welcome all the presentation and appreciate the good work done. Even if I have some clarity seeking question, there are not many. And I want to say, Minister, we hear the concern about the department. I think this portfolio, what's about this portfolio is working very hard, day and night. We will sit on it through our chairperson. Chair, maybe let me go to the, even if it will sound that is a repeat, but I think we must, the issue of targets not achieved. We cannot come, the department cannot come here each and every financial year, give us the target not achieved, target achieved, and also the reason, they give us the reason, the challenges and others. But my concern is I did not hear any remedy. If we don't have the remedy, I think even the next financial year, the department will come again and talk about the target not achieved, and the same, there will be the same, what do you call? The same target, because if we don't have the remedy, we will be on the same one. And then the other thing, are there any plan for the people with disability? Because we always not doing well on the people not disability. I just want to check if you've got the plan, or the department will come here and report about the people with disability. We don't reach the target, and so on. And also the appointment of the company airing the age, it was youth during the appointment, but when they finalized the process, the age is not the same. Maybe it's something inside. If the department is not prolonged the system, I don't know what's happening. Maybe if they can explain or why when they appoint, the age is the youth, but when they finalize, the age is not the same. Is there any time frame for working on that system so that the youth, they will remain on that youth? They cannot say when we appoint this youth, but for now is not youth. And then the other thing is the vacancy. It seems as if on the vacancy, the department is not doing well due to the resignation of others. I just want to check if there is any plan of motivating the workers so that they will stay in the department, because if the people is if we can fold the arm and say no, people are resigning, they will continue resigning. If we can hear if there is any plan so that they can keep the workers not to resign. The other thing, Chair, my concern, already my colleague touched on it, is under the deviation. On that deviation, Chair, the department can explain and motivate and quote pieces of legislation that they can cover them, but some of the deviation, truly speaking, maybe just let me say why the department not procure services in time to avoid this deviation. When I try to calculate the deviation, if I'm not mistaken, it's more than 40 deviation or less than 40, but not less than 30. So the management must try to avoid this deviation. For example, the catering services for capacity building, was the program not planned? Why was that program have the deviation? The 14 to 16 October. Even if the presenter tried to explain, but I think they should know during the preparation, or here we have got the challenge, and they must plan ahead so that they won't have a deviation. And every month, every year we celebrate a month, Women's Month, but I'm surprised when we can speak about the deviation on the 1st of October, Women's Month. Is that one not planned so in advance? Chair, if maybe I can get clarity on those one, because this issue of deviation, I revere as the department. I think I'll stop here for now, Chair. I'll come again if possible. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pulwani. Appreciate that. Honorable Khadebe, it's your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ngibingelele abaholi bethu, Minister, Deputy Minister, non-colleagues, all protocol observed. I'll interact ne report, ARC, the financial report. The question that I'm having is an unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure. The dispute between the department and the AG. My question is, can the Auditor General find irregular expenditure where none exist? Because I don't think so. Because prior, the Auditor General will send the documents that they want. You must finish them with that. I think it's an excuse to account. And someone must account for this irregular expenditure. And then secondly, the one that caught my eye, payment of invoices. Payment of invoices, pay within the prescribed 30-day payment period. One thing for sure, definitely it was paid. But when it comes to accountability of irregular expenditure, there's letters, there's dispute. I don't think it's okay. Lastly, my last concern is a deviation. Given it was known the G20 will be hosted in South Africa, why was the reckless spending that bypassed procurement processes? I think here there is an excuse to use money for such activities that are not known. Because you know G20 is coming, it was announced earlier, but on the last day, you want to spend money, but you bypass the process of procurement. Is it correct? Someone must account. I think the consequence management must be implemented. Asibona abantu basuspendwa, baxoshwa. We can't tolerate this. It's been long. Irregular expenditure, there is an explanation for that. Irregular expenditure is an irregular expenditure. Someone must account. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Shabango, it's your opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to your good self, the honourable ministers, department staff, my colleagues, honourable members, and other members in the platform. Chair, let me appreciate this opportunity to engage with the department. Firstly, let me welcome the presentations that were presented here. While they were quite extensive, we do value the details and the effort that went through into compiling this report. Maybe on that, Chair, I would suggest that in future the department need to look into the briefing note that we sent to them on what we expect, because I think the report is too extensive in such that some of the information it's not what we expected. And sometimes this might lead into some of the questions that we raised or recommendations not being attended to. Chair, I just want to start by acknowledging and appreciating the comment from the minister, the challenges facing the department as outlined by the minister in comments. To hear that the department is grounded is a serious concern. It's grounded due to lack of resources. It's definitely, it's very much concerning for us because we expect the department to continue working, and if there are challenges like that, I think it calls on us as a portfolio committee to come closer to this. But at the same time, we want to appreciate that the department is working under those constraints, but they are still managing to perform their duties. But at the same time, Chair, I've got some clarity-seeking questions. One, I want to talk to, I think it's the internal audit, where they are indicating that capacity constraints are the key reasons for certain shortcomings. But this is not unpacked. It's just the reasons for the shortcomings. But these capacity constraints, they are not unpacked in a way that will make us to understand what exactly does the department mean by that, if they can explain that to the committee. And at the same time, given that they say that in the internal audit, given that the director for internal audit has been appointed, that is why we need this to be unpacked with what is it that is they mean that by capacity constraint when the deputy director for internal audit has been appointed. And also, so while talking on that, certain posts are being frozen or not filled. That is what we observe in this report. How do you reconcile that claim of capacity constraint with this staffing decision that the posts are not filled or frozen, yet you have capacity constraints? There is another matter by Scopa. Can the department provide clarity on the progress of Scopa request? They know what I'm talking about. Because the Scopa requested an update on the unauthorized expenditure. Can they provide us the information on that update? And my other colleagues, they've spoken on the deviations, which are very much concerning, and they are actually recurring without supporting document linking the deviation to the program performance. And we've been talking on these deviations every now and then when the department comes to represent, but they seem to be continue. And on the findings that are in progress or not implemented, we acknowledge that your template, the department's template, it provides the space of in progress or partially implemented. Yet we want to hear implemented or not implemented. But your template, it's allowed to have that space of partially implemented. But can the committee be provided with a clear timelines, at least if the findings are in progress or partially implemented or not implemented, at least provide us with the timelines that by this time it will be finalized, because to just leave it like that is on progress, we are not convinced that it will finally deal with these deviations that we keep on complaining about. I know you will tell us that they will always be there, but we want to see an improvement on the deviations because they are the same and they are becoming too many. And we as a portfolio committee, we previously raised concern on the use of consultant. I don't know how many meetings that we've raised this concern on the use of a consultant by the department. We learned here on the presentation that a consultant was appointed to develop APP and AOP for the department. Why are you relying on the consultant for core planning function of your department? Is there no internal capacity? We'll keep on asking this question about the use of consultant, especially the APP and AOP. It's the core planning of the core planning function of the department. Do we really don't have internal capacity to look at this? Or what are the internal capacity gaps that can justify that reason? Another last one, Chair, let me not be long. It's on the targets for the youth and disability entities. I know that I can understand the reason to say the target for youth is because when the process starts, the person will be within the age of youth. When the process ends, the person will have been matured to be above the age of youth. But with regard to disability, to rely on another department to have that profile, is it not possible for the department to have its own profile of disability so that when they look into these entities, it is within their control that they have the profile of people with disabilities? Chair, let me, because that will help the department to prevent the delays and also to try and move towards getting into the target. Chair, let me pause there. Thank you so much. I will maybe come with follow-ups. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shawango, for those questions and inputs. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to yourself, Minister, Deputy Minister, officials, members of the public, and honorable members. Chairperson, I would just firstly like to comment on or add on to the concern raised by Honorable Mkuno regarding the youth programs. I think I would love to believe, Chairperson, that considering the social ills that young people face on a daily and the vulnerability of young people, I'd like to believe that addressing these challenges should be a priority. But be that as it may, Chairperson, one would want to know with regards to the progress report on the GBVF evidence-based prevention program implemented. What was contained in the report and when will it be submitted to the committee for consideration? Number one. And then number two, considering the 3 stakeholder engagement and the 1 community mobilization, how many people attended? What were the key outcomes? And then what were the costs for the stakeholder engagements and the community mobilization in Q1 and Q2? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peterson. Honorable Kanyile. I think she is, oh, there she is. Honorable Kanyile, it's your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, to the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members. Chair, I'd also like to take the opportunity and wish the Deputy Minister a belated happy birthday and wishing the Deputy Minister everything of the best.
I'm going to talk to
DDG Shoki, please just mute yourself. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. No problem. With that being said, Chair, I also would like to thank the acting DG for the service to the department. We appreciate all her commitment and dedication, and we wish her everything of the best. As you have alluded previously, together with the Honorable Dr. Litlape, we are hoping to engage with her if she's available as a portfolio committee in the near future. Chair, I welcome the presentations as well. I would like to start with the issues that have been echoed by my colleagues on the issues of on deviations. Chair, this issue is concerning, and more especially when you look at the fact that the amount of deviations and variations in the current financial period is actually increased from the previous one. And when the presenter was making the presentation at some point, there was a mention of SAPC money spent for the 16 days of activism. Chair, that is an annual event. We all know it takes place around November. It simply demonstrates that there is a poor planning without the department, and would like to see the department pulling up their socks in ensuring that where there need to be plans, the plans are made on time to avoid a situation where we find ourselves in. There's also recommendations, Chairperson, by the audit risk committee. I am looking at the one that says there are some that have been implemented. Then there is a recommendation that indicates management should ensure that all deviations from the normal procurement processes are compliant with the SCM policies and applicable legislation. and the responsible official is the CFO, and the status, it says in progress. And there is another recommendation that says management must ensure all compliance with SCM regulations and prescripts and enforce consequence management in instance of non-compliance. It also indicates in progress. What I would like to find out, Chair, is how long does the CFO need to ensure that these recommendations they are implemented? Because I see that 3 of them they have been implemented, and we have 3 that indicates that they are still in progress. Chair, there was I think it was an issue about an employee that went on arbitration, and the presenter indicated that there was a settlement that was reached, and later the same employee was then allowed to go back to work. What I would like to find out is what was that employee charged on, number 1. Number 2, what are the details of the settlement that was reached? I'll appreciate getting those details. Chair, there is a slide also that speaks to controllable procurement spend on women-owned businesses. Apparently, the department has not met the target of 30%. Chair, and some of the reasons that are cited by the department are reasons of the CSD. What I'd like to find out is that looking at the fact that this department looks after the women, youth, and persons with disabilities, why the department has not up to so far developed its own database for suppliers. Chair, I think I will pause here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Mbiko, I saw your hand.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. And good morning to you, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, my colleagues, and the public as well. I will skip most of the questions that I have already listed here. Like those ones, like for like the deviation, procurement deviation, and late payment invoices. But my number one question I would like to ask now, Chair, is that according to the slides, I saw where they said there are 2 vacancies. And these vacancies have been vacant since 2021. I'm very much interested to know what kind of vacancies are these, because most of our people out there are not working. I understand there are only 2 vacancies, but it's very important for us to know the kind of vacancies they are. And number 2, Chair, what I would like to stress is non-visibility again of NYDA in our rural areas or villages. Our youth in the villages, they are dying, they are desperate for work. And it's very, very, very bad when you see our youth visiting or knocking at the taverns around 8, 9 o'clock in the morning because they don't have anything to do. Or what they know, even if they don't have money, they just go to those taverns so that maybe whoever buys something, will also share that with them. So our youth, they want to work. And now these projects, like the farming projects, are not coming forth. I just want to check what kind of projects can be, made to be accessible to our youth so that they can make something, with their time instead of just staying in the taverns. And another concern of mine, or the question, is it's regarding the lack of reliable data, more especially for the children under 5 who are living with disabilities, more especially with autism and cerebral palsy, because there are lots of them. Even if in my village, I've got about 4 children that are, affected by this autism and cerebral palsy. That's where I'll stop, Chair, because most of the questions have been asked by my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbiko. Mutake Adonis. You are the last speaker. Honorable Chalke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, if I may keep my camera off.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, to honorable members, to the executive, the minister and the deputy minister and officials of the department, and also to fellow South Africans that are joining us on other platforms. Chairperson, I think some of the questions to a great degree, they have been posed by my fellow colleagues in terms of areas of concern, in terms of the presentation. But I would like to start off by appreciating the presentations that have been received and presented by the department and the various divisions who presented here before the portfolio committee. Chairperson, one thing that we must really re-emphasize and echo on is on the element of deviation, and I think many of the honorable members have spoken to this as well. If we can please get a clear indication and explanation on the deviation, what that looks like going forward, how does the department look to mitigate these deviations, and how can they be better managed and avoided going into the future as part of the work of the department? Also, is it due to lack of administrative oversight? Is it due to lack of proper planning and management? Perhaps if they can just also clearly state or outline what has led to these deviations and what are the interventions to ensure that they are not reoccurring, because we do have an issue of deviations that keep reoccurring within the department. Chairperson, I also would like to, echo and lament the issue of the department before I proceed with my questions. The issue of the department having the smallest budget out of all departments, and having an appreciation that they are an administrative and an oversighting department, but it does then limit the work of this critical institution. And we do know that majority of the budget, if not about 80% of the budget, is actually redirected to the NYDA and CGE, which leaves them with just a little around 200 and something million. And we do know that the majority of that has to go into administrative operations, etc. But yet they are expected to deliver on the constitutional mandate as a department. And through you, Chairperson, I would like for us to really have an engagement where we can see how to best engage with the Department of, or engage with National Treasury, and also with the department itself, so that we can find ways in which this budget can be increased and ring-fenced specifically for the department, without a chunk of the budget having to be reallocated to other entities and institutions that fall underneath the department. Chairperson, we know that the department is also responsible for programs such as the Sanitary Dignity Program, GBVF, and other programs as well, such as youth development, persons with disabilities, women's empowerment, gender responsive budgeting and planning, and others. One would want to have a sense of what is the department's overview in terms of presenting what the realistic cost amount would be in order for them to actually execute those particular or to execute their mandate in meeting those particular targets, which is quite concerning, because then we look at the targets that the department sets for itself, and the reality is that sometimes they are unable to meet those targets. But in the same breath, Chairperson, there has been significant progress in terms of the department being able to achieve some of the targets. I think we're looking at about 90-something% of some of the targets being met, etc. Can they please speak to us as to how they've been able to have this turnaround? What contributed to the turnaround? Has it got to do with better planning, management, administrative support, resource partnerships, interdepartmental collaborations, etc.? One of my greatest concerns as well on the procurement element, it would come to persons with disabilities, where the department indicates that the issue on not being able to meet the procurement target that has been set or allocated for persons with disabilities is due to the CSD a database and perhaps not having an indication of whether it is a person with a disability or not. I can for sure tell you, Chairperson, that working with the disability sector, there are millions of disabled-owned SMMEs and service-based companies that are led and owned by persons with disabilities that would be able to provide these services. And I think a more integrated approach and deliberate approach in terms of getting a more centralized database that is then sitting with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is able to be acquired must take place. And my recommendation would be calling for a disability SMME summit in order for the department to be able to gather this data, also invite other stakeholders such as other departments, trade and industry, small business, etc., so that we can ensure that the businesses are compliant. We provide them with the necessary resources and support for the department to be able to meet this target. And this does not only speak to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. This will also be assisting other departments that are failing in this particular target that has been set. Chairperson, I also have a concern still relating to persons with disabilities, and I see no mention of it, and I am open for correction in the presentations that have been made, Q1, Q2, and Q3, and that would be on the Disability Rights Bill. Can I please get an indication on how far we are with the Disability Rights Bill, where we've had public participation processes that were taken, and we are awaiting for the department to then represent that? Can we please get an indication, because that Disability Rights Bill is quite instrumental in empowering and improving the conditions of millions of disabled persons across the country and across various sectors. Holistically. I know that one of the bills that we're also concerned about is the Youth Development Bill. And I think that bill we've been working on for some time. Perhaps if we can also get an indication as to what the delays are. Chairperson, the issue, one of the other issues and maybe concerns, and I'd like clarity on, it would be on one of the items in terms of the financing that spoke about an amount that was not spent. I think it's about 2-point-something million, and this was on official or executive vehicles. One would want to know, and I think this would also holistically speak on some of the unspent funds that the department might have. Why are we finding ourselves having these funds unspent? Is it that it goes back to poor planning, poor coordination, lack of management, and perhaps what are some of the consequences that are then put in place in order for us to ensure that these do not become repetitive, where we are having funds not being spent? I know that in relation to this as well, I would speak to some of the programs or activities, events that the department was meant to have, but could not have them. And ultimately, some of them were even moved onto the virtual platform. Was there any financial implications that were incurred by the department by either canceling the event or the program, or by moving the program from a physical to a hybrid? If we're able to get clarity on what the financial implications are in that regard. We do know even the Women's Month in terms of the procurement, etc., that has been quite problematic as well as one of the events that we can cite. We also know that there has been programs for persons with disabilities, which we do not see a detailed report on the programs that they've had within the disability sector, and then also youth. Chairperson, I would also want to find out, in terms of the interdepartmental coordination. Can we please get a sense of what that looks like in supporting the department in meeting its overall targets? Because we do have an understanding and an appreciation that the department is not a service-based department, but if targets that are put in the program, and I think one of the honorable members also referred to, the agricultural program that we had previously spoken about. And our question was to say, have you engaged with the relevant department so that you're able to leverage off of some of the resources in order for you to be able to execute this particular target? What does the cross-interdepartmental collaboration and partnerships currently look like? And are there any departments where the department is finding resistance in terms of providing support to the department in implementing some of its program? Additionally, are there any departments that are not reporting? Because, Chairperson, in order for the department to tell us that they are meeting their targets, as part of their targets, it means they must have oversight on other departments as well. And this would mean looking at the sanitary dignity program. This would mean they would have to look at gender responsive budgeting in other departments. They'd have to look at the GBV funding that is distributed across departments. They would have to also monitor the disability and youth budget allocation and programs that are spread throughout other departments as well. What does that actually look like? Are we able to report on what the department is supposed to do as part of its monitoring and evaluation and oversighting or overseeing other department in order for them to report on? Chairperson, my other question would be, in terms of the targets that the department have and they've laid out, these targets, how is the department able to measure them? Are they able to measure them based on a tick exercise that they have done the program, and therefore it is a target that has been met? Is there any standard of evaluation of impact that they utilize in order for them to be certain that the target has been achieved? Because what we want is evidence-based meeting of targets, rather than an exercise of saying we've had the program and therefore a target has been met. So if we can sort of get the matrix or the formula in which is utilized in order for them to measure the reaching of targets, rather than the exercise that I've just spoken to, but utilizing an exercise of impact-based where an evaluation where they are able to measure the impact of those particular programs within those targets in order for them to indicate that they have been met. Chairperson, in terms of the recommendations that have been made by the AG, if I am correct, it was indicated that there's a few recommendations that were made by the AG, and then about 7 of them, if I'm correct, were underway, if I'm correct, for lack of a better word, not the exact word that was used. What does that look like? Are they able to give us timelines if they are working on, implementing or reviewing those recommendations that have been made by the AG? And what is the progress so far? And are they able to give any form of, baseline timelines for each of those recommendations, and which recommendations have they already implemented successfully? If we can just also get an indication on that. Chair, I think for now, I'm okay for now, but I re-emphasize my point on the Disability Rights Bill. Can we please get an indication on what is happening with the Disability Rights Bill? Because I don't see any mention of it. And in fact, in terms of the performance on targets when it comes to disability programs, I'm concerned because we're not giving explicit details. Oh, lastly, sorry, Chairperson, it would be on, and perhaps this is overreach, and I do understand it's overreach, but I think, Chairperson, it would also be quite beneficial for us when the department does come, perhaps for them just to give us a summary, a short liner on what the entities or institutions that they are funding are also doing, and that would be your NYDA and CGE in contributing to the overall mandate of the department. And I think the department should have the ability to do so, because when the department gets financed or Treasury allocates finances, those are resources that the department ultimately must also account for, and not only the agency accounts individually for, but the department must be able to also give us an overview of how those entities or institutions are also performing. And also in terms of the international donor funding, what does that look like? How are we utilizing those funds? And the CARA funding, what are we currently having as a strategic plan in ensuring that the funds are going to be ultimately used within this financial year, and what are the timelines and deadlines for utilizing the CARA funding that has been allocated to the department? As we know, they've been using very minimal of that funding that has been allocated to the department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Whip. I'm now mindful of the time because it's getting towards 1:45, and we still need to allow the department to be able to answer all our questions. But I think I might just want to emphasize some of the issues that the honourable members have raised, and that is that we do need to get a proper status update with regards to all the bills that remain outstanding. I think the Women's Empowerment and Gender Equity Bill was first spoken about or mooted in 2013 or 2014, so it's more than 12 years later. The Honourable Whip did mention the Disability Rights Bill and the South African Youth Development Bill. But we need to be furnished with envisaged timeframes for when these bills will serve in front of Parliament, because I do feel that some of these bills are dragging on and we are not getting the information with regards to the delays or what is taking so long, and when they will actually serve in front of Parliament. I think all honourable members spoke about the issue of deviations, and I hope that we will leave the meeting today with at least an undertaking with regards to mitigation strategies or an action plan that will see us doing away with these deviations that keep on recurring, and that is a cause for concern for this portfolio committee. Honourable Pulwani spoke about the high turnover rate as it pertains to staff. And then when we had the HR presentation, there was a comment made that staff leave because of the poor working conditions. And I just thought we needed to get a better insight or a better understanding as to what those poor conditions are. Because, of course, as civil servants working in government, whenever you take a post, you will earn the same whether you're working at Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities or elsewhere, communications or human settlements. So what exactly are those poor conditions that are being referred to? With regard to the NYDA, I saw from the presentation there was one quarterly monitoring report produced. What were the key findings and recommendations contained in this report? And this is because I do believe that going forward we'll have to put more emphasis on our oversight work, Minister, over the NYDA. And Parliament will have to do the same. And finally, I want to say, Honourable Minister, as much as we appreciate, and all honourable members have said the same, that we appreciate that you've got the smallest budget, you are expected to do a lot of work. I mean, ideally, one would have wanted to have one department for women, one department for youth, and one department for persons with disabilities. But you're expected to do quite a lot of work with limited resources. We understand that. And as we have said before, we want to walk this journey with you to ensure that you are adequately resourced to enable you to execute your mandate. But then again, I see from the presentations, we spent 1.7 million rand on a 5-day event for 35 participants at the OR Tambo Radisson. We spent close to R1 million on a 2-day trip to China. And I'm made aware that in our Q1 expenditure report, there was a formal application in October 2025 to deviate from the ministerial handbook to purchase cars for the minister and deputy minister that will exceed the handbook's guidance of 800 million rand. So we also have to then, when we spend money, we have to make sure that we spend every cent optimally. So that when we go to National Treasury, we can go and say, look, we are spending every cent in the best interest of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We're not utilizing money for luxuries. So maybe also just an indication with these cars, what were the outcome of your application to deviate from the ministerial handbook? If I can just get an indication in that regard. But I'm going to hand back to you, Acting DG, so that you can lead your team in the responses. And luckily, we don't have a National Assembly sitting this afternoon, so you can take your time with responses. And where you don't have answers for honourable members, please just indicate if you would want to send them in writing. Over to you, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if the Minister wants to come in first, or can we just start, Chair?
Honourable Minister, do you want to come now or at the end? Okay. We have to move with the responses, Acting DG, so please allocate responses.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair. So I think we will take the same order in terms of the financial issues, particularly on the deviation and to respond to some of the questions on the audit would be the CFO. The questions on vacancies and HR related matters will be taken by Mr. Shiviti, the Chief Director, Human Resources. I think some of the questions on overall on the strategic planning and targeting will be taken by the Chief Director, Ms. Matubela. However, I think we need responses on the disability issues, which will be Chief Director Kuti Mabelabela, and then we'll have responses on youth from Chief Director Bernice Lakana, Dr. Bernice Lakana. Chair, I'll allow, I think it should be Dr. Bernice to come first. She's got fewer issues to respond to, followed by the Disability Chief Director, who will also be noting that she needs to keep her answers to be succinct, and then it will be Ms. Matubela, Mr. Shiviti, and then the CFO. And if there are any other areas of work, I will come back in. Thank you.
Okay, please can we move with the responses? Are there no responses for us?
Okay, maybe we'll move to the next person, which is Puti. Chief Director Puti.
Okay, thanks, Acting DG, and good afternoon to Chairperson and honorable members and Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. I think my name is Putima Bilibili. I'm responsible for advocacy and mainstreaming. I'm joined by Ms. Fini Pillay, who's responsible for monitoring and evaluation. I'll start with the question of the draft bill in terms of where we are at. In terms of our APP chair, we did indicate that we will be embarking on consultations in this year of the draft bill. We are now on the stage of the second draft. We had the first draft consultations, consolidated them, and we worked on this process through the panel of experts, which the department is sitting on as appointed by the Minister of Justice. And we work with the South African Law Reform Commission, who are assisting us in the drafting of the bill. So we finished the first round for the draft bill. It was consulted, we consolidated the inputs, we realized that there were still areas that needed to be tightened. We went again for the second round of consultations, which has since concluding on the 10th of April. So the return date for the sector, because what we did is we requested the sector to actually have consultations, in-depth consultations on the draft of the second draft bill with their sectors, and their return date has been scheduled as the 10th of April. And on the 17th of April, the panel of experts and the South African Law Reform Commission will be consolidated the inputs of the second draft. We have already issued a notice for a CS to be completed with the presidency. It's underway, and then once the second draft bill has been concluded, Chair, with the South African Law Reform Commission processes, which will be beginning of May. We'll then start with the process of now consulting NEDLAC, consulting all the other institutions, NEDLAC with business, labor, and so forth, for their inputs into the bill. As we were doing the preliminary consultations, yes, we were including labor, business here and there, but we are expected in terms of processes to also consult NEDLAC as a consultation forum for the bill, and we will be doing that. From there, then the bill will undergo the process of approval through the cabinet system, starting with the clusters and going through to cabinet for approval. We've given it ample time for that because we're envisaging that in case departments send back the bill for further amendments and further inputs, we will have to allow that process. And we have allocated that that particular process will take place between now and the next financial year for cabinet approval, whichever comes first. But we are envisaging, and this came about because of the revised cabinet process this year, wherein the meetings are limited and it's also an election year. However, it's well within our planning. And then for the upon approval of cabinet, then the process of advancing the draft bill, the final draft bill to through the portfolio committee and to Parliament will then ensue. So that's where we are with the draft bill. So right now, sectors are consolidating their inputs that they've consulted, and the deadline that they are aware of has been issued as the 10th of April for us to be able to conclude on processes of the second draft bill. That's where the bill is, and it's part of our APP. And I must indicate that key to the targets that we have set in the APP is that we have set targets that are within our control. As I indicated, that with the process of developing this bill, we're working on it with the South African Law Reform Commission, and it's indeed receiving all the attention, and we are fast-tracking these processes, hence the rigorous consultations that we have been having. There was a question on the issue of targets for disability programs, Chair. There was also, at some point, the portfolio committee raised concerns on the number of targets that we had set for the unit RPD as being a lot. And we made a commitment that we set the targets in terms of what we envisage to be what we can actually achieve in this financial year. And indeed, the progress as recorded as per the report of Q2 and Q3 does reflect that particular achievement, except for one target, which had to do with the monitoring of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, which my colleague Simi will talk to. However, because we're reporting on Q2 and 3, the update we can give is that we have since achieved that particular target to date. But during Q2 and 3, yes, it was not achieved due to reasons that are there. The possibility of the department looking into profiling persons with disabilities, and I'll couple this particular question with why the department has not developed a database of suppliers. Chair and members, the Minister DM and colleagues, the Treasury has one system that they recognize for suppliers of persons with disabilities, and it's the Central Supplier Database System. We have undergone ourselves a process where we workshop entrepreneurs with disabilities, organizations of persons with disabilities on these processes, working with Treasury and other organizations and departments to familiarize them with the processes that are expected. They are expected to comply with in terms of being on the CSD, in terms of commodities, in terms of uploading whatever compliance certificates that they are required as all entrepreneurs. And CSD has worked with us on this. There were challenges where persons with disabilities would cite, for instance, that when they upload their companies on the CSD, the SASSA system kicks them out. We've even engaged SASSA and CSD to clarify the issue and to ensure that that does not happen. And where we are right now, we gave the assurance to the sector and also discussed it with the government departments that are there, that they should continue to work to encourage persons with disabilities to actually register on CSD so that they can be able to upload or to have uptakes of opportunities that come up for entrepreneurship in their respective departments. It was a big concern, and most persons with disabilities would stay away from registering on the CSD, because by virtue of one being on the CSD does not mean that you now have a business and that business is receiving projects and you're receiving an income. And therefore, that proved a challenge for those that depended on the grant and at the same time wanted to be entrepreneurs. So we have cleaned that aspect. And as and when such cases come up, we're given a clear process by SASSA in terms of ensuring that they attend to those cases immediately so that the incumbent does not suffer from being disadvantaged because of them being on CSD. And now it's at a point where it's dealt with on a case-by-case basis, because we have not for the past 3 months, actually, we have not recorded those incidents in the numbers that they were coming in. And SASSA indicated that they will also monitor it from their end. What's happening is that the CSD and SASSA system are sort of connected. So once you are on the SASSA system and you are on the CSD system, as they do their annual audit, they will pick up if your company has received business up to a particular threshold, meaning you are now an entrepreneur who is now, and then you are no longer eligible for a SASSA grant in terms of their regulations and what they've set there that regulates the SASSA grant disbursement. And on the database issue being in the department, we do not have the capacity. In actual fact, databases of persons with disabilities with regard to many matters. I can give an example. The Department of Labor has got a database. The higher education has got a database. So there are databases that are lying all over. Department of Health has databases. However, there isn't a centralized system of a database. And through the initiative of the minister, we are looking at working on a concept where we want to develop what we call a Disability Nerve Center of Excellence, which is what will assist us to have this database management system and with all the necessary requirements. It's a project we are embarking on that still needs to be fundraised for which will require infrastructure, equipment, and personnel to actually run with that nerve center. But we are hopeful that because it's a need, as we engage with different stakeholders and different government entities that have got this kind of opportunities for us to see if we can tap into the resources there, how far we'll go. But there is that clear identification of the need for a Disability Nerve Center of Excellence that would be a hub of information. But currently, we are working with what we have. The other question was in relation to the lack of reliable data for children below 5 years with disabilities, and especially those with autism and cerebral palsy children. So yes, it is true. In actual fact, it's between the gap is between the ages of 0 and 4 And 5 years is because they're already within the early childhood development phase, and therefore their disabilities might be picked up when they are in those centers of early childhood development and so forth. But indeed, we have a serious gap in South Africa, and it's reflected even in the census that we have, because and it's a systematic challenge that we have identified that requires the Department of Health, that requires the Department of Home Affairs, because when a child is born, they are born with a particular disability, and they are born with a particular disability, there needs to be a record of that child. But it seems that the capturing of the records of births of children with disabilities, it can be autism, it can be cerebral palsy, it can be albinism. Even those with visible disabilities is still a very big challenge. We are working with those departments to ensure that we start looking at a system. Department of Social Development and Department of Health and Home Affairs have a task team that is actually looking at a system of recording of births, because it's a whole system all in all. And we know that when you go into a hospital and one gives birth, there's a record. You have to register the birth, and the birth register is with the Department of Home Affairs. But if you go into the register of the Department of Health, you will not find a record that talks to a disability. So it's a gap, it's a challenge, and we are attending to it. The proposal on the Disability Entrepreneurship Summit, and I think it's the last question. In 2022-23, we had an economic empowerment summit, the first ever actually, even internationally, economic empowerment summit for persons with disabilities on the 8th of December that year. We brought persons with disabilities into a summit. There were resolutions that were arrived at in that summit, and currently, as we speak, Chair and members, we are following on those resolutions. One of the resolutions were to identify clear interventions to capacitate persons with disabilities on matters around financial literacy, around economic empowerment opportunities that exist in various departments. But the critical one was on the issue of access to those particular opportunities, which had to do with requirements that are set. And we found that most of the requirements that are set for uptake of opportunities are very stringent, and therefore they don't afford persons with disabilities an opportunity to actually access those opportunities. There are funds and grants that have been created for persons with disabilities, but the uptake was very low. We're beginning to see a certain level of uptake because some of those particular granting systems and all of those are being reviewed. The policies of the respective departments are being reviewed. We are not yet where we want to be, but we are working with those respective departments to actually ensure that they relax their requirements. Not that they should be easy, but they should relax them and be made suitable for people to be able to uptake on those opportunities, understanding their background, where they come from. I mean, one of the requirements, critical requirement, was that you have to submit an annual audited statement. And this is a fresh organization or fresh entrepreneur with a disability who's trying to access and enter into the system. Where will this person get an audited financial statement, an annual audited financial statement, for instance? So, and then we have not put the mechanisms to assist those entrepreneurs. So those are the kind of things that we were dealing with, working on. But we can't also ignore the fact that the disability sector is not as advanced as the sectors of women and youth with regard to issues of the economy due to a variety of reasons. So we also then built in capacity building sessions, and some of those sessions, Chair, as an update, we are leading them as a department where we convene the entrepreneurs. Right now, we to capacitate them, and we bring in different stakeholders. Right now, we are also looking at clinics to even teach people how to complete business plans and so forth, so that they are suitable when they are uptaking. And that's beyond them becoming service providers, participating in the CSD processes of being suppliers and so forth, but to capacitate them even on access to finance and so forth. So yeah, and we are continuing with those projects even in this year, in this coming financial year's APP. I think let me pause there, Chair. If there aren't any further questions, let me hand over to Ms. Pillay to explain the issue of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities monitoring and evaluation. I understood the question to be saying that departments don't seem to be reporting on key programs. So I think she will attend to that in terms of our monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much. Simi?
Thank you, Ms. Mabelebele. Greetings to the Chair, ADG, all protocol observed. There was also, if you allow me, a general question on disability programming and programs and our plans going forward. So if you allow me, I'd like to give you a status of where we are right now. The annual progress report, the 8th report, has been approved by Cabinet the latter part of last year. Then the 9th report, we have just validated it, and so that will go through for approval. The challenges we have is predominantly the quality of information that we're getting from the national departments, the premier's offices, civil society, DPOs, and so on, because the indicators, the targets are well established in the implementation matrix. And despite us providing ongoing technical support to various departments, their focal points, requests, repeated requests from DGs, SMS members in the various departments, the information that we receive is predominantly not aligned with the targets as well as the indicators or the timelines, which has resulted in us being behind in implementing by the target dates that are included in the implementation matrix. And this year in particular, in the 9th report, we have done a longitudinal analysis of the various recommendations we've made over the past 10 years, which has become quite repetitive, and we need to look at how we reinforce accounting mechanisms to ensure that our targets can be met by 2030. So it's a systemic issue that we're experiencing across the sectors, national departments, as well as provinces. Having said that, we do have some good news to report in terms of one of our targets being the 2 interventions to increase economic empowerment and inclusion of persons with disabilities, which was very specifically looking at the circular and practice notes for the employment of persons with disabilities in the public service. We have been working together with both DPSA as well as the Department of Employment and Labor. And I must report there was a lot of resistance and backwards and forwarding with this. However, it has resulted in the DPSA issuing Circular 19 of 2026, which is the implementation transformation in public service and the national priorities. It speaks to all 3 of our sectors, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And for the first time, it highlights the realization of the 7% employment of persons with disabilities in the public service by 2030. And that is as a result of that particular target and the work we've been doing together with our sister departments in ensuring that the cabinet resolution should be realized. Then we have our target of the 8 policies analyzed, and we have reached our targets in the 2 quarters as well as our annual target. Here, what we look at is the alignment with the departments, external departments. We look at the 9 pillars of the white paper and alignment for sector policies. Then we provide feedback via the DG offices to provide feedback to the departments on how they can strengthen disability inclusion in their policies. We have also achieved our targets for the service delivery sites. We gave ourselves a target of 10 annually. I mean, for the 2 quarters, we did achieve our targets, but we have finally done 12 site visits. And here we look at particular sectors, well, particular matrix around the physical accessibility, the communication accessibility, the staff training and awareness, and feedback mechanisms at service delivery points. We take representatives of the disability sector with us in order to test these points as well. And we have achieved targets in terms of that. Then we have achieved our targets on the analysis of climate change strategies analyzed for the 2 quarters, and the update on that would be we have achieved the 3, which looks very specifically at our disability inclusive feedback on the nationally determined contributions, global diversity framework, as well as the climate change adaptation strategy. And then our climate change report and the impact of persons with disabilities, climate change and the impact on persons with disabilities was approved by Cabinet. And so that is our performance to date in terms of the programs we are leading on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sydney. Chair, with your guidance, I do know that the disability needed to speak to many issues, but I think Dr. Bernice was having a bit of a challenge in actually unmuting. So I think I would go straight into asking Mr. Shibiti to speak very succinctly and within 2 minutes to respond to the issues on vacancy and some of the other issues related to HR matters. But before he comes in, Chair, I want to just state that there was a question raised by Honorable Madam Kaniele on the settlement of the employee that was involved in a dispute. Yes, I think we can give you a full written response on this issue so that we don't maybe bring into the public domain some issues we shouldn't. But just to inform the committee that the employee, which was the director, strategic planning and reporting, has assumed duty on the 2nd of March and is beginning to acclimatize into the work of the Chief Director of Strategic Management. The details of settlement had been reached between the legal services of both the individual as well as the department, and based on all of the discussions that have happened, the individual agreed to come back to work. So that has been settled, and whatever outstanding amounts of money that we have to pay is being taken care of to the individual. So I think what we will do on that matter, we will give you rather a full written report. And I want to comment on the one issue of the use of consultants. You know, Chair, this issue comes up time and again by the portfolio committee members. And I think we need to be to iterate that it's the use of consultants doesn't necessarily mean that individuals in the department are slacking off their jobs. It doesn't mean that at all. It simply highlights the issue that we've been raising on the lack of human capacity to undertake this immense amount of work. And if you have a unit that has one person in it, but has a substantial amount of work on planning, on reporting, on working with auditors general, on risk management, on business continuity, etc. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. And that's what happened in terms of the strategic management chief director. We ended up with one chief director solely until the unit started to get a bit filled, but it's depleting again now. And so we had to meet compliance issues. We had no choice but to do a draft APP that met the deadline to DPM that we had to do operational planning that meets the deadline. And we had to make sure that we met the deadline of Parliament, which was yesterday. So we had to resort to using the services of Dr. Clisel as a service provider. And when the director came in on the 2nd of March, he has been working with her, but members must recall that for 5 years, the director wasn't working in that unit. So he had to acclimatize to what work was going on, how the department is, how it evolved, etc. So, Chair, I just wanted to answer those 2 questions, but to ask Mr. Shibiti to very succinctly speak to the issue of the vacancies. Thank you. Mr. Shibiti.
Thanks, Acting DG, Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. At least you read my mind, ADG, because that one, yeah, I wanted to say a written response would be fine. Yeah, the charges and the details of the settlement. So I've already put the notes. At least you read my mind as well. The consultant as well, you responded to it just to say we appointed her not as a consultant but employee additional to the establishment. The regulations allow that if there is an increase in the work, and you have just it's not consulted, it's an employee appointed additionally. It allows in terms of the regulation that, and in terms of, I think there were 2 vacancies that have been vacancies 2021, which are those. It's a DDG, Monitoring, Evaluation, Research and Coordination. And the other one was Chief Director, International Relations, Stakeholder Coordination and Capacity Building. The DDG MERC was advertised in 2022, the interviews took place in 2023. As about to go to cabinet, there was a reshuffle. The former minister, Dr. Nkosazana, said, no, we're approaching the elections 2024. Let's not appoint it. We need to wait for the incoming minister to make that decision. And indeed, minister, like she indicated, she has taken that decision. And the delay also, DPSA, honorable members, kuna certain procedural issues that you need to look at it. When you submit it, kuna the job evaluation, they need a job evaluation in the job, they need a report itself, how you arrive at those gradings, and also to check whether the minister for that department have signed. So kuna those documents that they need also. That one. So in a job evaluation, we have to rely on other people, the DDGs and chief director from other departments. So it's a process that sometimes takes some time, and they change in the system. They change the system in between. So there was an old, then you have to go into the new one. That's the reason why it took time for those posts. The same applies to the chief director international. It was advertised. They could not get anybody else. Minister Dlamini said it. So that's why also minister now, like we're saying, DDG is going to cabinet, and then the chief director international relations, like we indicated, it will be, I was checking also with my team HR. So they said next week they are available. Unfortunately, the director is on leave next week. I've called him. He need to facilitate the panel members. Certain logistic we'll discuss internally, but I know you are on track in filling those positions. So the chief director, indeed, the interviews, shortlisting and interviews will be done before the end of April. The other thing, the high turnover of staff and people living in the department of poor working conditions. And the question was, what are those working conditions? These working conditions are same for the public sector. I think the chairperson asked that. As minister, I've made opening remarks. I think minister, what was we're not talking of service conditions like your salaries and all sorts of that. It working condition here refers to probably your office accommodation and other things. That's what we're saying. Where we are in the building that we are housed currently, it's an old building. It's a shared space at Tramsheld in Pretoria. it's old. So ventilation is a problem. Connection is a problem. I think majority of us were connecting from home because when you connect in the office, you can't do that. So, and then your bathrooms and all sorts of that. I think Minister is talking about those working conditions because Minister have to make sure that Minister of Public Works come into the building to see for himself and to say the building is inhabitable in itself. It's old. You keep on repairing this one is going this and stuff like that. Like CFO certain deviation referring to biometrics. You do this one, other things are not working. The lifts sometimes they are not working. So people sometimes have to walk. Fortunately, it's 6th floor, but it's far. Others are on 14th floor. So the building itself, we have raised those concerns with them and stuff like that. But unfortunately, Public Works is the one in charge of that. So it's the same. I think the other one, people are resigning. Is there any plans of motivating people not to leave the department? The working conditions are the one that people, when they come from other departments, like we indicated, then Director Strategic Planning, that person worked for 5 months. We wanted to counter. He refused to take the counter offer. And other people, other one internal audit, she worked for, I think for a year or less than a year. She left. Deputy ICT left work for 6 months or less. They left. So majority of them, they are leaving because of those working conditions we're talking about. So if the portfolio committee can assist us, the business case that we talk about in also with National Treasury assisting, because Minister, former DG, Deputy Minister, everybody else is talking to National Treasury, but we don't get anything. But if we can get additional funding, even if it's 50 million, just to address the bare minimum, staff and stuff like that, then it will address some of the problems. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Mr. Shibiti. Chair, I want to speak to the issue of deviations before I hand over to CFO to give a brief input. Perhaps committee members, the honorable committee members, think that when there's a deviation, it automatically points to reckless behavior, lack of planning, lack of foresight. But it's not always the case. For example, I'll start with the G20. Irrespective of when we knew the G20 was happening, we didn't get adequate funding like other departments did from National Treasury. So we did a lot of our work using sponsorship money. We got people to sponsor. And the way the G20 is structured, you had to take it out by virtue of the government agreement that it had to run across the provinces, and we were allocated certain provinces, and then you have to look at what venue is the most suitable in line with the standards that were determined by DIRCO for these G20 meetings, given that ministers and senior managers would be in them. And we were given areas like, we had to look at areas like Sun City. You've got no choice but to do a deviation for the venue. There are specific standards. We have to do deviations for venues. We have to do deviations for the sound system, the recording system, the use of those televisions, etc. So these deviations are not reckless nor indicative of poor planning. It's that these providers need to meet certain standards. And so we're working as a team. There might be indications of deviations where we are, because of the lateness of planning, we do deviate, but that is not such a big issue. CFO will correct that. The G20 is an example. And then when you do the purchase of assistive devices for people with disabilities in the department for reasonable accommodation, it's not an open thing in the market. If there is, then we are lucky to be able to use normal SCM processes. But I know I've been signing in the third quarter that there's only one service provider able to produce a certain kind of a assistive device that are needed by people who were visually impaired or blind. So there are exceptions, and we would like honorable members to be aware of that. But I will ask CFO to talk about the deviations and the questions raised by the honorable members. CFO?
Thank you, ATG. And maybe let me start where you ended with the deviations, as you have explained that, especially for the G20, we could not have avoided appointing directly the service providers that we utilize, because I indicated in the presentation that the venues that were used for G20 in the department were the venues that were recommended by DERCO after screening and vetting these venues to be able to meet the compliance requirement for hosting international delegation. That's the main reason why the department went direct to those venues. And where there's an application to deviate from end users, because deviations, they start from various units within the department, where we can see that there is a potential poor planning in terms of the application, such deviations are not approved. Previously, this department incurred high volume of irregular expenditure linked to deviations that AG, when they conducted their audit, concluded that the deviation is not justifiable and is mainly due to poor planning from management. Since then, for the past, I would say, 5 years or so, the department has not recorded any finding in relation to the deviation. It's just an unfortunate circumstances that the deviations, as I've indicated, cannot be avoided, wherein there's a sole service provider that only provides a particular service or commodity that we require as a department. The requirement is that those service provider, before the deviation is approved, they must produce a certificate that authorizes them as a sole service provider to provide such services. On issues of catering, yes, catering is a commodity wherein you will never fail to get more than 3 quotations from the market. But because of the budget constraints that exist within the department collaborates with institutions, with universities, with other departments, wherein during those collaborations, as I've indicated, those institutions or departments will offer the department the venue at no cost. And because universities, they have their own internal in-house catering companies that they've appointed, they don't allow the department to bring in an external service provider to render a catering service for whatever activity or engagements that we are engaging in when we partner with these institutions. And in that regard, we also mandate the end users to obtain a letter from these institutions that stipulate as such that the department is prohibited from appointing their own service provider to provide catering services, rather utilize the catering service provider that is in existence within our institution. Yes, Chairperson and members, there'll be that observation that the deviations for this current financial year are too high as compared to the previous financial year. And that is mainly due to the deviations linked to the
G20 activities. If we are to take out the G20 deviations that were approved from the entire population, one would see that there is not that much of an increase. We are yet to close the books for the 2025-26 financial year and be able to conduct that determination in terms of the variance around the increases from the prior year to the current financial year. And deviations, chairperson and members, when AGSA conduct an audit, they conduct an audit on deviations on the entire population. They do not audit deviations on a sample basis like other accounts. They audit all the deviations, and I can confirm that the only finding that the department had in terms of deviation was in relation to reporting approved deviations to Treasury and AGSA within 14 days after approval. And that was mainly because of the capacity that exists within SCM. SCM in the department in terms of demand and acquisition as well as procurement is only managed by 4 officials. A director, we don't have a deputy director, we don't have an assistant director, and the director is working with only 3 junior officials. You find that the director is an all-rounder in terms of strategic matters within the SCM, within the SCM unit. What we have then done to address the recommendation from the ARC in relation to management, ensuring that recommendations for ARC are implemented, especially around deviation. We've also utilized the services of my PA because I've realized that she has a qualification in auditing, and we also used her services to be able to assist the director SCM in order for the department to ensure that deviations are reported to AGSA and Treasury as required. And I can report that with the reviews up to the period end of December, the deviations that have been approved were reported to AGSA and Treasury within the prescribed time frame since the involvement of the PA in my office to assist the director SCM. On the issues of the vehicles, yes, we made an application to Treasury, and Treasury didn't approve the application. We then started engaging into a process of procuring the vehicles through the transversal contract that is available for department to use. And you would find that when we issue an order, vehicles are available. When they are ready to be delivered, the vehicle is no longer available, and we are told that it will still have to be manufactured. Fortunately, by the end of the financial year, we managed to receive one vehicle. The 2 are that were ready for delivery beginning of March. They were no longer available by the time we closed the books for processing invoices, and the dealer indicated that the vehicles will be readily available from April. And these vehicles that we are going to receive and the ones that we paid are in line with the ministerial guideline threshold of 1.1 million. That would also include the security features for the vehicles. There was a question whether were there financial implications for diverting the engagements of the department from physical engagements to doing them virtually. At the time of diversion, there was no a commitment already made with the service providers. and there's no loss of funds or there were no financial implications that arose from diversion from physical to a virtual approach. The audit action plan, we do take note of the recommendations and the concerns from the members of the committee. Chairperson, I was sitting and thinking that with the future reporting, when we submit our presentation, we must also submit the audit action plan as an addendum, which will demonstrate the progress that has been made by management, the timelines that they have set for themselves for addressing the audit action plans, and how is it that they envisage to fully address these findings by the end of the financial year. But Chairperson, I must also indicate that the majority of the findings that were raised by AG during the audit of 2024-25 financial year were administrative in nature, and it was mainly on housekeeping issues, with an exception of the issue of reporting deviations to AGSA and National Treasury. But we didn't ignore these findings because we are aware that if we do not address and attend to them, they may escalate to material misstatements that may occur in the financial statements, because the majority of the findings that AG raised during the audit were addressed during the audit. Those that were raised in terms of audit of performance information around the inconsistent reporting against the targets and the underachievements, they were addressed. Those that were administrative in relation to the supporting document, to the financial statements, they were addressed, but we don't ignore them. As immaterial as they are, we are enforcing that they must also form part of the audit action plan to ensure that they do not reoccur in the future. And what we are also doing with the preparation of the quarterly interim financial statements, we ensure that we guard against the potential issues that may arise and lead to potential audit findings by the end of the financial year when we do the annual financial statements. And the interim financial statements preparation, it assists us as a build-up towards ensuring that when we get to the audit for the next financial year, we are almost 99% ready to have financial statements that are error-free and do not have material misstatements. The ADG did cover me on the issue of whether the deviations that we are approving within the department are reckless or not. There was a question on utilization of SABC for the 16 days of activism. Chairperson and members, SABC has coverage of 3 TV stations, and they have radio stations across the 9 provinces. Now, when an institution, when the department utilizes SABC, is mainly to ensure a huge coverage in terms of the awareness campaigns that we engaged on at the time, and the procurement of the media space during Q3 was mainly on the awareness campaign, on the work that the department is doing. And this was immediately after the declaration of the GBV as a disaster. This is an advantage to the department because of the coverage, SABC on the entire for South Africa. Osputi did respond to the issue of the disabilities in terms of procurement, but we've also observed that they are pricing that almost in most cases outside the market. They are kicked out of the process because the requirement for procurement is that you need to appoint a service provider that scored at the highest point, unless there is a demonstration or evidence that there is a lack of a capacity to deliver on the services that we are required. In some instances, you will evaluate the responses, and the bidder that quoted the highest, they have not responded fully to the specifications that were issued by the service providers out there in the market. I know the economic empowerment unit within the department, when they do their roadshows in provinces on economic empowerment of women, they also make use of the director SCM to be part of these roadshows, to share with the members of the community on what is required for one to do business with government. And in those sessions, they also invite SARS, they also invite people from Treasury, they also invite financial institutions to come and raise awareness to the members on the compliance requirement and what is expected of them to be able to participate on the procurement of government. The youth issue, Chairperson, it is a challenge in that the requirement for reporting is centered around what is it that we have spent. Even when Treasury, they pull their own reports, they look at the spend of the department, not at the time of appointment. That's our challenge, in that you would appoint, and depending on the duration of delivery of the service, in some instances, by the time the services are rendered, the service provider is outside the youth age bracket, and therefore we cannot include that as part of an achievement for the department. I'm not too sure if there's any question that I have left out. Oh, there was a question from a member regarding the letter to SCOPA. We have two issues with SCOPA. The one is regarding the issue of the unauthorized expenditure that we have been consistently following up with National Treasury, because they are our liaison between us and SCOPA. The last follow-up that we did with Treasury in terms of us receiving the final decision by SCOPA on this matter was in December, wherein the response from Treasury did indicate that although the Standing Committee on Public Accounts prepared the recommendation to the National Assembly of the 6th Parliament on the unauthorized expenditure of the department, the 6th Parliament unfortunately did not consider the report from SCOPA by the end of its term, and therefore the report will now be presented to the National Assembly of the 7th Parliament for consideration and adoption. Thereafter, we'll then receive a response from SCOPA, whether after defending the case before SCOPA, we will be condoned with funding or without funding. To date, we haven't received any response as yet from SCOPA. There's also a letter that the minister wrote to the chairperson of SCOPA around the issue of budgetary constraints that we're experiencing in the department and the under-resourcing of the department. On that one, there's no response that have come back yet to the department. Yeah, I think that's what I can cover. I'm not too sure if there's any question that I might have left out. I'll be guided by the chairperson and members of the committee. Thank you.
I see the hand of DDG Shoke, but I want to give an opportunity quickly to Honorable Cele. He didn't have an opportunity in the first round, so maybe just to allow him to ask his question that he wanted to ask before we take further responses. And I see the hand of Val as well. Honorable Cele, do you quickly want to ask your question? Honorable Cele? Okay, let's continue with the responses for now. My apologies. DDG Shoke?
Yeah, sorry, before DDG Shoke comes in, I wanted to just mention that the issue of the stakeholder and stakeholder engagements and the mobilization of the community. The question from the honorable member was how many attended and what were the costs in Q1, Q2. We have all those details, Chair. We just think that we could present them in a written response. If that is acceptable, we will be able to answer those questions on all of the stakeholder engagements and what was the expenditure and who attended. If that is permissible. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can hand over to DDG Shoke.
Hello?
Honorable Cele, do you quickly want to come in with your question because I see you are unmuted?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask some questions. It's about the person who born disabled when reaches 18 years, they ask for renewal of the grant. That is not acceptable. Also, I'll ask when disabled people are going to given chance to be employed under this department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cele. DDG Shoke.
Okay, Chairperson, may I just indicate that a question was posed to the department with regards to the Women's Month planning and the deviation thereof, equating it to poor planning. I wish to indicate that we are covered by the explanation provided by the acting DG and the CFO, but also note that we were hosted by the ICC in Sandton. It was part of the package. It was in-house catering, and therefore we were not allowed to bring in an external person for this kind of service. So I just thought let us also provide a response that affirms what has already been responded to by the CFO and the Acting Director General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Acting DG, I see the hand of Desiree Lekhwale.
Thank you,
I'm
Chair.
also
Is the CFO. Is the CFO. Chairperson, I forgot to respond on the issue of establishing a database internally within the department. I know Usputi did extensively respond to the issues and the challenges around companies owned by persons living with disabilities. I'm coming back because the issue of the database was not only raised by one member. Yes, we may have a database, but it's important that all service providers that are on the database, we assist them to register on the National Treasury supplier database, central supplier database, because it is a mandatory requirement that for all service providers that we utilize for procurement of goods and services, we need to provide the evidence by way of a CSD report that they are indeed registered on the CSD database of National Treasury. Thank you.
Val?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I want to apologize. I lost my connection after Acting DG had indicated I must respond on the management of the portfolio of evidence which regards to the achievement of targets. Chairperson, what makes it challenging to work in planning and reporting is that there is a level of assurance that happens at the unit after management has finalized the development of work, and the minister has to approve the portfolio of evidence. So these are different processes. So when you say you have now achieved your target, we will look at the portfolio of evidence, which is also defined in the technical indicator description in the annual performance plan that we would have tabled in Parliament. And should we find that you have not implemented your target in line with those definitions and how we have signed off the implementation of the target through our minister, our first level of assurance would happen at the planning and reporting unit. So that target, we will request for more information and evidence. Should the manager fail to produce that evidence, the target is then found to have not been achieved. For example, should the portfolio of evidence not be approved by the minister within the standard operating procedure, which then has time frames of when you should have your portfolio of evidence approved, that target may then be affected and not be achieved. What we do, Chairperson, I indicated when I was presenting, we make sure that that level of assurance is not compromised. Hence, we had to make sure that when we were developing our APP, we get a contractor that will assist us with those processes, because once I sign off that APP and it goes to the acting DG with a level of approval processes, we are committing ourselves that the planning has indeed taken place in line with the framework, the government framework, which is managed by DPME. So the process is quite tedious. I also want to add on the issue of staff resigning, the high turnover rate, because I did experience it in planning and reporting through the 2 ASDs that were appointed. And both of them, as we may know, when people apply for a specific level, which is a level 9, they are leaving level 7 or 8 looking for a promotion. So what they do, they don't just apply in our department, they also apply in other departments which are much bigger than us. And in those departments, ASDs are remunerated at level 10. So they will come and accept our offer. When they are working with us, the other departments still shortlist them. They will go to interviews because it's a promotion to them. They're going to be placed on level 10. And when the offer comes, the department is unable to counter offer. I think the challenge, Chairperson, lies with our structure. They are coming from departments where it's not just one person doing work. It's a team of about 8, a minimum of 6 to 8 people who are working in planning and reporting, and you find a department where you're living a level 8, which is a senior admin officer level. You are not yet in management, and when you get to our department, you are expected to operate at a higher level without any support. So I will then try and induct and manage, and I'm still expected to do my functions as a chief director. And you find that that leads to bad conditions of employment for an official. So when the other offer comes, they take it. So that's just my addition to that matter, so that we are on the same page with the members of the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Ranchi again. The last person I think who would need to speak would be the Chief Director Youth. I'm not sure if she's able to unmute now, but then that will be our last input, Chair, and then we can hand over to the Minister or the Deputy Minister.
Yes, ADG, I'm able to speak as I alerted you. Good day, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. My sincere apology for the earlier technical glitch. Immediately I alerted the ADG because my laptop just froze when I was about to, and I couldn't unmute. Regarding the responses which honorable members asked, the first one was in relation to the non-achievement of one target on intervention addressing social ills and vulnerability of youth. As alluded by the Chief Director Strategy, that this intervention is not like it's not achieved. It wasn't achieved in the second quarter, but then in the third quarter, we were able to actually achieve that specific target. The reason for non-achievement in the second quarter is because we work with stakeholders. So we wanted availability, the principal to be available to be part of this intervention. When the date was actually changed, then the stakeholders were not able to avail themselves. But then we have since, addressed that by ensuring that we implement that intervention in the third quarter. And that was a GBV learner prevention program targeting representative learners in schools. And then the second one is also related, is the SANDF led Indaba not convened. The same explanation which I provided, that this specific intervention was achieved. We managed to achieve, actually we had the annual target of 2 Indabas being convened. So we managed to have those specific Indaba. It was also a challenge that we didn't actually convene it in the second quarter, but then we were able to convene it in the third quarter. So that specific SANDF led Indaba was convened. And then the third question is in relation to report on the entities which we are funding, and then how they are contributing to the overall mandate of the department. Here we are all aware that as the department, when the National Youth Development Agency appear to the portfolio committee, we also form part of that meeting. And in most cases, questions are not only posed to the National Youth Development Agency, but they are also posed to the department, given that the department has the responsibility of performing oversight over the National Youth Development Agency. And then we also produce the NYDA monitoring report on quarterly basis, reflecting on our monitoring role or our oversight role to the National Youth Development Agency. I would like to report that the agency focuses on intensifying implementation of interventions for young people, and that is actually in line with the overall mandate of the department, because our role is to also ensure responsiveness in terms of young people's needs and aspirations. For an example, we know that some of the programs which the NYDA also implement include programs such as business development support programs, where young entrepreneurs are provided with financial and non-financial support. This is in response to the high level of youth unemployment. There are programs like life skills training, where young people are actually trained, for an example, on how to do CV, on how to access job market. These are actually also in line with the mandate of the program. And the NYDA recently developed rural development strategy. They also developed the disability strategy in order to ensure that there is inclusion of young people. So these are some of the things. These are the targets that are actually aligned to what the department is actually doing, and our minister, through engaging with the National Youth Development Agency executive as well as the board, recently we have seen the NYDA also increasing some of their targets. For an example, on the target of the National Youth Service Program, they have previously targeted 40,000 young people, and then they have now since increased the target to 100,000 young people. But then we take that further, that they should also report on young people who have transitioned to sustainable jobs once they participate in the NYS program. Chairperson, I just want to say that we have taken note of the comment which the portfolio committee has made, that we need to actually strengthen that the NYDA, in implementing their interventions, they should assist the department in attaining its mandate. And I must say that this is aligned to what our minister has already communicated to the board. Recently, when the NYDA was presenting their APP, the minister actually gave us a task as the unit responsible for performing oversight on oversight of the NYDA, to say that there must be program of activities which we are going to be monitoring in this financial year to the NYDA, so that we can actually ensure that whatever they are implementing is in line with the department's mandate. We've already started working on that. A case in point is the year-long program of commemorating the 50th anniversary, which the department is working very closely with the NYDA in developing, and we are also facilitating that various government departments, at national, provincial, as well as local level, they need to also submit their program of activities to commemorate the golden jubilee of the youth uprisings. So, these are some of the areas where we are working with the NYDA. The other thing is that where we are working with the NYDA, the department recently conducted the evaluation of the National Youth Policy, and on the basis of the findings that are coming from the National Youth Policy evaluation, the NYDA will also be reviewing the Integrated Youth Development Strategy, which they will be monitoring to ensure implementation by various stakeholders. And then the other question was, we need to provide an update on the bills. I think this one is something that we can respond in writing. But then I would like to say that the delay in the bill, first, it was caused by a long delay, a delayed response from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. By the time they responded, and then we had to prepare to go to cabinet, then the minister, upon going through the bill, felt that there is a need to strengthen some of the key areas prior to us proceeding to cabinet. We are currently, strengthening those areas, and then once that has been concluded, we will go to cabinet. We are open to provide clear time frames on the roadmap which we are going to follow from consultation until we table the bill in Parliament. I think those are the questions. DG, back to you. Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members.
Chair, thank you very much. I just want to make a statement in closing. Chair, we note the concerns that were raised around why we have this high staff vacancy in terms of poor working conditions. I just want to say, Chair, as I exit the department today and the public service, that I think indeed we must point out that this department has over the years been structured and resourced to not meet its commitments, its obligations of the minister to drive the agenda in the country. And that has been my observation since my days in the Office on the Status of Women. There's never been a budget that has been substantially ascribed to the women's agenda, to the disability agenda, to children's rights, and to persons with disabilities. And that has never changed over the years. And you actually begin to ask yourself that if this is 70% of the population, where exactly are the commitments of people leading? Majority of them are males leading in this area. And I think the committee should be forthright in its interactions with Treasury. It's very male dominated. It's driven by patriarchal attitudes. And if that doesn't change, the commitments will never be met, Chair. And I think that's a problem. Now, how does that affect the working conditions of people, in addition to what Mr. Shiviti raised? We work long hours in this department. They are highly committed people, despite what committee members pick up when they are looking at a document that shows targets met, targets not met. But I will tell you today, Chair, and to all the committee members, that the people in this department do things that other managers in the public services say to us. But we won't work like that. We work long hours, we work Saturdays, sometimes early in the morning, right up to Sundays, and Minister will tell you, we are with her on the platforms, working with her over the weekend. They are young managers here that go home, that have babies, that have wives that are working, or husbands that are working. They need to co-share the work and the responsibility of children. They put that aside in order to do the work in the night. And we sit and we work. So, Chair, there is what I have observed is a very high level of commitment by the managers. I would like to thank them for that. And I would like the committee to recognize that despite all the challenges that are there, we've tried our level best. And I would like to say, Chair, that the working conditions are such that when you get an opportunity to leave, you will take it. You know, I could have gone on to 65 years. I really can. But I think you reach a point where you just have to say you're tired. You just have to say you need something else, you know, and you can see how to help women, youth, persons with disabilities from out there, you know, but those that are remaining in the department, there is a level of commitment to which I think we need to be grateful, Chair. I thank you very much. And I think the Minister would probably, or the Deputy Minister may want to conclude. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ADG, for those remarks. And we do share your sentiments that, of course, under difficult circumstances, staff of this department are trying their level best. We've always said that it is our commitment that we want to work with this department to ensure that we serve all women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But of course, the challenges in terms of human resources and other constraints are a cause for concern. But before we hand over to the minister or the deputy minister, we still need to go to the ARC for responses, if there are any. In particular, maybe if you can address the concerns that honourable members raised in terms of deviations and whether you feel that there are sufficient mitigation strategies in place. Advocates?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would first want to provide our insights from ARC perspective on two issues that have been raised. One is the issue that internal audit has been capacitated because there are currently two vacancies that have been filled. That is the deputy director and one internal auditor. Even at that, Chair, internal audit is not covering sufficient audit ground to the extent that it can provide sufficient assurance to the ARC. For instance, Chair, as we've indicated in our report, IT is not covered at all by internal audit, as well as an area of core business. It's also not currently being covered by the internal audit as well. And so we would need an appointment for an IT audit skills person within internal audit as well. So there is still that continued need for capacitation, even with the issue of the secretariat functions for the internal audit. So in as much as we do have two new warm bodies that have joined internal audit, it is the sufficiency of the coverage of internal audit that we are also continuing to have difficulty with. We do need further capacitation in that regard so that even our assurance provision to this portfolio committee is on a wider area and scope than what we're currently able to provide assurance on, Chair. There's also then the issue of the impasse between management and the AG on the issue of the irregular expenditure. Just to highlight, Chair, that as ARC, we do play oversight insofar as the actioning out of the audit action plan, and we would only be able to apply our oversight in respect of this contentious irregular expenditure once the internal process for dispute resolution has been concluded, and once we have received that final response from the Treasury, to the extent where we have indicated that we would not recommend for internal audit to undertake an audit on that irregular expenditure. And so, Chair, where there would have been recommendations for consequence management, that is something we would be playing oversight on and monitoring as to whether it's being implemented or not. But with the internal dispute resolution process not having concluded, we're not in a position to do that, Chair. Chair, I think in terms of the deviations, insofar as the sufficiency of the rationale that is provided for each of the deviations, one cannot state that they are outside of the legislative framework of the deviations. And safe to say, in as much as the legislative framework does cover or warrant for those deviations, it doesn't present well when you look at this number, but we do continue to monitor and consider that perhaps the G20 was a special circumstance, and that we will continue to monitor in areas outside of conditions that are not as special as the G20, that management is really doing what it can to minimize the deviations. But we are concerned about the number of deviations, and we are highly discouraging of them, but they are covered by the legislative framework insofar as their validity is concerned, Chair. So those are the responses and considerations that we would want for the chairperson and the committee to consider. And just to then say, Chair, this is also my last day serving as the Audit and Risk Chair. And I had been with this institution for quite some time, but certainly today is my last day as well. And I want to thank the Portfolio Committee and management and Honourable Minister for the opportunity to serve in the department. Thank you, Chair.
We really have too many people leaving us. But thank you very much as well for your service, Advocate. We really do appreciate it, and we wish you well in your future endeavours. Minister, at 2:15, it's now your opportunity to address us again, if you are still with us.
Yes, Chairperson, maybe the DM would want to say one or two things if we can just allow her. Thank you. DM.
Since DM, it's still her birthday. It's still her birthday week. DM, happy belated birthday. Over to you.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also thank the members of the Portfolio Committee and greet everyone, including my Minister, Minister Chikunga. I think we will begin to express appreciation of officials presenting before this committee on the performance of the department, with the second and third quarters of 2025-26 financial year. And I think this engagement is not merely a compliance exercise, but a moment of reflection. And I think the points that are raised by honorable members of the Portfolio Committee reflects on the machinery of the state in its meaningful advancing the constitutional promise, of equality, dignity, and inclusion of women, young people, and persons with disability in our country. So ultimately, the question here before us is not whether programs that were implemented or targets were met in a technical sense. It's whether our work is shifting the lived realities of those who remain at the margins of our economy and society. So, Chairperson, I think the department really also operates within a very specific institutional location. We are not frontline department. We are a coordinating and policy instrument located at the center of government within presidency, with a mandate to ensure that the rights of women, youth, and persons with disability are not treated as peripheral concerns, but are embedded across our whole of government. So our work on its own, it's not an easy task. So one has to have that, appreciation, of some of the successes we've had that was demonstrated, but also appreciation of the challenges that we are still navigating, because of budgetary differences, how policies become more, stringent in the navigation of the work, but also how implementation reaches, ultimate goal that we envisage for ourselves. So the performance update that was provided is present, what we have achieved in Q1, what we have achieved in Q2 and Q3. It's a clear example because it's Q2 with 88%, with Q3 with 92.5%, and this upwards trajectory reflects department that is stabilizing its internal system while deepening in the programmatic impact. So I think the points that have been raised are noted, to strengthen things, to get things in order, being mindful of those challenges. And those key challenges is underpinned by the underperformance in procurement targets or delays in policy processes. That is including the issues of the South African Youth Development Bill, but also the inability to implement certain interventions addressing youth vulnerability, largely due to coordination challenges across stakeholders. So these are not just operational issues, they reflect this deeper systematic constraint on how the state coordinates across sectors and how economic opportunities are structured as well. So I really want to thank you, Chairperson, and members of the Portfolio Committee, and also the steadfast leadership provided by Minister in helping us confront, the context of challenges young people, women, and persons with disability are experiencing. We know issues of unemployment remain persistently high, with too many of the young people, in particular young women, are locked out of various opportunities in both economy and education. So I think it's quite important that we note that, but we are also confronting GBV and femicide that continue to undermine the safety, dignity, and freedom of women and girls. So these kind of structural issues that we are confronting is navigated not only with us merely as a department to do this work, but also a whole of government to do this work itself. So the poverty, rising cost of living, economic stagnation continue to place immense pressure on households, including some of the issues that we must consider around unpaid work and so forth. So Chair, for me, the turning point here is how do we leverage to the limited resources, particularly financial resources, but also being mindful, limited technical resources that exist, including the human capacity. The department, even with those limitations, continues to demonstrate a prudent financial management within constrained fiscal environment itself. So I think we get to that sense of those abilities, the opportunities, the challenges, and the risks associated. But the systems exist, Chair. They exist even when we have critical constraints that have cut across the performance. Whether we're looking at what was presented with dynamics of vacancy rates, what and how and what the plan is in addressing those. So those on its own is contradictions we must confront. We must confront those systems. We must look at the implications, particularly for the depth and reach of the work. But we know what has been placed upon us is the high expectation that we have from the Portfolio Committee, but also from South Africans, including what the MTDP seeks of us to achieve in this work. So Chair, I appreciate your support and the team's support, the committee's support, and we humbly submit this report and take note of what has emerged from the report itself around the functional and how and what we need to improve, including the increasingly effort around impactful work that must be achieved. So this departmental work is not abstract. It's really how we implement the Constitution with clarity, with being mindful of the agency of work that we must achieve. So I therefore join what Minister has brought before us in terms of the report presentation, not as a statement of perfection, but as the honest account of progress, constraints, and the work that still lies ahead of us. So we remain committed to strengthening our systems, improving our impact, and working with this committee to ensure that the department continues to fulfill its mandate with integrity, with accountability and purpose. So thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for Minister to just having one or two inputs from my side. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM. Minister, it's now your opportunity. I'm sorry, I've realized that it's already almost 2:30. So we have really taken our time today, but it was an important engagement. So over to you, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and also let me thank the members of the Portfolio Committee, first for listening to us, and secondly for taking interest in the work that we are doing, but also, Chairperson, for asking questions and making comments that assist us to understand better some of the work that we are doing, Chairperson. We welcome that, and we all understand and know very well that that is the constitutional mandate of Parliament, in particular the National Assembly, and of course portfolio committees representing a Parliament. We take this very seriously. We thank you for that. Chairperson, I also want to thank the chairperson of ARC, Advocate Rosie, who has served us with a lot of professionalism, humbleness, but very independent and very firm in doing her work. Where we need the support of the ARC committee, she's availed herself, and indeed, as she's mentioned, when we were briefing Financial and Fiscal Commission on our budget, she was there, but not standing with the department, actually articulating the position of the ARC independently. So we really want to thank her, and definitely we'll still have to have an engagement with her and then see how the investment that has gone into her as the chair of the ARC, we will use it as the department going forward. That also will go for acting DG Ranji and her contributions to the department. And I think I did make my comment yesterday. Well, we had just a small farewell function for herself, but also for the former DG Maluleka, and acknowledging their contributions in the department and, of course, in the public service as such. Chairperson, maybe there was a question that we welcomed that was asked by Honorable Chawuke, and she was actually saying what contributed to the turnaround by the department. And for me, first, that question was very positive, acknowledging the work that we are doing and, of course, the improvement that is there despite the challenges. And indeed, what we are doing now is to have deliberate management and paying attention to what we are doing. And I think it's not what started today. We can actually attribute that even to former leaders that have been in this department. We joined the department and we took over, and of course, so what we could actually improve and continue to improve in the department. We've strengthened planning systems. The annual performance plan and the strat plan that we tabled yesterday to Parliament, it took a process to arrive at where we are for us to be able to table that. And also what we also are looking at is growing a culture of accountability, Chairperson, despite all the challenges that we're talking about. But of course, we are still receiving a budget from the taxpayers' money from a Mamchali out there who's got nothing to feed her children, but she goes to shop, she buys something, and she pays the 15% VAT. And that is the money that actually we believe we should make use of properly as the department. And therefore, the issue of accountability. And of course, where possible, and in fact, that is what we are doing. We are trying everything possible to appoint staff that is fit for purpose. Even if after appointing them, sometimes, as I think the Chief Director for Strategy was indicating, and others, they then leave the department. Chairperson, on the issue of the transfer of money to both the NYDA as well as the CGE, I think Chief Director Dr. Benis responded to that question for NYDA, and I don't have to say anything about it. But Chair, for CGE, our only role as a department and the ministry is to present their budget during the budget vote debate. And then, of course, because they don't have a budget vote, we then receive that money, but we transfer it to them, and that is all that we do. Because we cannot, as a department, hold them accountable. That will be against the Constitution, because they are a Chapter 9 institution that fully and wholly account to the National Assembly, not even to Parliament, to the National Assembly. And therefore, after us transferring that money, and I think that is why even officials did not answer that question, after we've transferred the money, then it is the portfolio committee that has the responsibility to hold them accountable and not the minister. I can't call the chairperson of the CGE and say, what have you done with this money? There's an irregular expenditure, etc., etc. Good as we are interested in the work that they are doing, because it is the work on the very sectors that we have interest in and that we are serving, that is women, for instance, and other vulnerable group. So I thought that maybe I need to explain this point. We will be presenting their budget and tabling their budget, for instance, but we don't even know what is in their APP. We don't even know what is in their strategy. If that was to happen, it will be on us just saying, is there anything that is of interest? You have conducted a research. Can you share that research with us? Is it possible that maybe in your plan you can include a research of this stage on the basis of asking, but not of instructing, because we can't instruct a Chapter 9 institution. No one can instruct the Auditor General on how they should do their work, the IEC on how they should run the elections, not Home Affairs, and etc. So we don't do it, we can't do it. So we end with only the transfer. We can have a relationship like any other public protector, for instance, but we can't hold them accountable. So I just wanted really to add that point to members of the portfolio committee. And maybe, Chairperson, on the issue of retention of staff, I just wish, Chair, you could have time and visit our offices. And when that happens, I wish definitely to be present. And I think the chief director for HR indicated that we invited the Minister of Public Works, because they are the infrastructure managers when it comes to offices of departments, etc. They allocate them to us and we pay through them. I invited him to come. And when he left, he was actually saying, I'm not sure whether it's proper for me to say you must come back to this department the following day. So I do wish that the portfolio committee could come and see. I was actually saying yesterday, the only thing good about our department is that there's a clicks next to it, and that is all, maybe because I buy my cosmetics from Clicks, and that is all that is good for me. But otherwise, I could invite anybody to come and see our department. Lastly, Chairperson, on the issue of deviation to purchase cars, and I think the CFO answered the question. When we joined the department, we didn't have, there were old cars, and I think one other car was almost towards 120. And we've been having problems with the cars. We have an allocation of 1.1 million for each car, and there's a need. I don't have a car in Cape Town, for instance, at all. And therefore, we needed to purchase the 2 cars, and the budget, therefore, for 2 cars would amount to 2.2 million. For 2 cars for the minister, for 2 cars for the deputy minister, it's 2.2 million for both cars. And mine was to say, is it possible that within the budget of 2.2 million, we probably get a car that probably might amount to 1.5 million, and another car that could amount maybe to 500,000, so that the 2 cars are purchased within the 2.2 million. So that from Pretoria, because we drive long distances, I drive into Mpumalanga. Sometimes I drive from Pretoria to Durban. Sometimes I drive from Pretoria to Polokwane. Because there aren't enough and adequate flight. Maybe you could do that. But that is what was turned down by National Treasury. Not like we were saying, I need a budget that is more than the allocated fund, but it was to say within the budget that is available and the budget through which we could buy 2 cars, or we can buy the 2 cars. Is it possible that I buy a cheaper car for Cape Town, because we drive shorter distances usually, and then maybe a bigger car for Pretoria, because we drive long distances at night. Sometimes at some stage you've got to drive faster because you think there's a car that is following you. I'm a victim of an armed robbery. So that was the only thing that we raised, not to say we want more budget. We want the deviation that says buy a car instead of 2.2 million rand for the 2 cars. I want a car of 2.6 million rand. No, that was not the case. I just wanted to clarify that, Chairperson. And maybe for traveling to China, Chair, this was a global leaders meeting on women. And China had invited heads of state, government leaders, parliamentary leaders, ministers, etc. The deputy president in South Africa had actually been invited, and he extended the invitation to us because last year was the year that was focusing on women because of the 30 years of Beijing. We therefore had to travel to China. You've said, Chairperson, at 1.7. I'm not aware. I can still check on that. But what we brought back, Chairperson, from China is 2.5 million rand. That forms the basis for the Disability Inclusion Nerve Center that we're talking about. So we already have a 2.5 million rand that we brought from that trip in China, which is the basis of anything that we're talking about when it comes to Disability Nerve Center. It's waiting for us. And with the rand being stronger or whatever other currency is weakening, in fact, it fluctuates. And I think these days when I checked as to what it has actually increased from 2.5 million rand. If we were to check it, exchange it now, it would be more than 2.5 million rand. That is what we brought back to South Africa. But also, we visited an institution of disability in China. We learned lesson. Among the things that we're talking about, even the nerve center that we're talking about, is what we saw there in China, which if we had money, and the deputy president had also invited us, in fact, the deputy minister, to travel with him to China, she would have come back having tied some of the negotiations we had started. But at that time, we were grounded and therefore she could not travel. We tried to get the sponsors, we couldn't get any sponsors. So that is what I'm saying, Chairperson, that yes, indeed, but unless maybe the portfolio committee says to us, no, we're not expecting you to accept any invitation, no what. Chairperson, maybe on another day, it would also be important that we brief the portfolio committee on some of the statutory international travels that we are forced to undertake as a matter of fact. One of those is what at any time Geneva can invite us to come to account for the country report that we submitted last year on disability and the questions that they sent to us. And on behalf of South Africa, we sent to Geneva, and at any time they may call on us to come and account and give more information on that report that we sent to Geneva. We are preparing another report again, the CEDAW report. It will also go to Geneva. The same process will happen. If we don't go, they will decide on what to do with our report. But there are other statutory responsibilities. And I think, such a person, you were correct to say, with other countries, with Brazil, I meet the Minister of Women and Women only. With some countries close to us, Zimbabwe here, I meet the Minister of Women. Of course, she's also having small businesses like Minister Stell. But you meet that. In South Africa, it's one ministry, and all of them, they do have international obligations and international roles to play. And that can only be done by the department. We're not, as a matter of fact, attending to all of them because we would be out of South Africa almost every day if that was the case. I come from CSW. Just this coming week is ECOSOC for youth. The deputy minister has to travel because it's youth. We can't say because we're a small department, we can't go there. It's important that the department is represented there. And when she goes there, she needs to be supported. She needs to be supported not only by the department, but you need also to identify other technical people from other departments to accompany the minister so as to assist. Because when she's there, she represents South Africa and she represents not the department, but South Africa as such. I just wanted to say that, Chairperson, I want to thank you again, Chair, for the manner in which you ask questions and the respect that you accord to us, even if you are the portfolio committee. We always leave this meeting being empowered and not feeling like it was the principal and the learner relationship. You treat us with respect, you ask questions with respect. That is what we are appreciating with the portfolio committee. We will always try our level best to meet the expectations of the portfolio committee. But of course, I also want to really thank the officials of the department. I also want to thank the deputy minister. I want to thank the acting DG. I want to thank the chair of the ARC and the board of ARC. and in fact, the members of the ARC who on a continuous basis do their level best to ensure that these sectors that we are serving are served within these mega resources that we have. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and I also want to thank both you and the DM. We really do appreciate that you listen to us, that you listen to our concerns and our inputs, and that you don't just dismiss them, but that you understand that it is our responsibility to raise with you issues that we bring from our constituency. So thank you also for the respect that you afford honourable members by being present and also being willing to interact with all the issues that they raise. I think on the issue of your offices, we had previously made a commitment to come to your offices. It is something that I still want to do, and I think we've just had so much pressure on our program because of the statutory rape inquiry, the appointments to the NYDA and the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. But I want to give you a commitment, Honourable Minister, that when we finalise now the second term program, we will definitely work in that visit to come to your offices. And we will communicate that to you well in advance. And then on the issue of your monies and the way you spend them, as I've said before, there's no problem with you honouring your international obligations. We have said so before, but I think the point that we are going to keep on driving home throughout our term here as members of Parliament is that as much as we understand the obligations, we also have to make sure as members of Parliament, because it's our job and responsibility to ensure that you use every cent optimally, so that when we are going to be those advocates for you, asking for more resources, that we have done our due diligence to ensure that every cent of this department is spent in a manner that advances the rights and interests of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I think I want to say that there were some outstanding items. We did promise that we'll give a copy of the HR matter which Honourable Kanyili had raised. I wonder also if we can possibly be furnished with the business case that has been submitted to Treasury so that honourable members can have a look at that. We need a copy of the NYDA quarterly monitoring report, if we can get that. The CFO mentioned that we can be furnished with the audit action plan. We also need the risk management report, a progress report in response to the matters raised by the Audit and Risk Committee. Acting DG, if you are to prepare an exit report with any advice or recommendations, we would appreciate also getting a copy of that. You did mention some issues in your closing remarks. We did, and there was a commitment given to us that we can get a progress report on all the outstanding bills, as well as the envisaged timeframes for those to be completed and served in front of Parliament. I also want to say, Minister, I received a whistleblower complaint. We are receiving quite a few of those, but in this case, it refers to some HR matters within your department, which I'm going to refer to your office, and then just ask that both yourselves, the Internal Audit and Audit Risk Committee, have a look at that and provide us with a written response. But then, colleagues, I want to say again, thank you, Advocate Rosie, and thank you also, ADG Ranjeni Reddy. We have thanked you, but thanks again for everything that you have done for the department. Thank you for everything that you've done for your nation, and we wish you well in your future endeavours. We really do hope you are not lost to our country and that you'll continue serving wherever you might find yourselves. I also want to say thank you to the department. We spent quite a few hours together today, so thank you for all the presentations. Thank you, honourable members, for your participation. Thank you to our support team of our portfolio committee. Thank you for the support team of our department. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. I think we really want to see, as we walk this journey together as a portfolio committee and a department, we really want to see a department that doesn't only meet its targets, but apart from just ticking that box of meeting a target, we want to see a department that's really impactful in our community, serving the most vulnerable citizens of our country. And we know that you need our support in that regard. We know that you need adequate resources, as you've so eloquently explained to us today, Honourable Minister, that you need more support, and we want to walk that journey with you. I want to then say, colleagues, this was our last meeting of this very first term. God willing, we will see each other in the second term. For those of you who will be celebrating Easter, please enjoy that special time with your families. As I indicated in my opening remarks, once the second term program is finalized, we will share that with you. And also Ms. Silly has shared with you the link to the Sanitary Dignity Colloquium that will be happening tomorrow. So if you do have time, you can log into that meeting tomorrow. Thank you so much, colleagues. Our last meeting of the first term stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Chair. Long live.
Thank you, Honorable
Long
Paul.
live, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.